climate plans, the collective work done by structures internationally armed with a spirit of solidarity, a belief in equality, and the practices of sustainability. I think that valuable attention should be drawn to the work of the Losses and Damages Committee and to examine the plight and collective fight of vulnerable communities, small islands, coastal regions, the work of creative cities in climate resilience, the benefits of wide-ranging international initiatives such as the Group of Friends for Culture-Based Climate Action. The climate culture agenda of the G20 is a timely intervention to make a case for culture so that it also takes its rightful and deserving place on global platforms and onto the agenda of COP30 and beyond. Today, let us identify challenges and gaps, common pathways, heighten group cooperation in developing action-oriented outcomes in relation to this priority area of the Culture Working Group. As I and delegates from other countries have said before, and we will say again, no one must be left behind. There should be nothing about us without us. Let us move decisively from the why to the direction of the how in developing capacity, contributing to climate negotiations with the uniqueness that only culture can bring, choosing to enliven, and I'm quoting, what is happening at the culture-climate nexus. In conclusion, may I read from a poem that represents a warning to us gathered here and to the world about the urgency of the work that we need to pursue together. There is a fire, and it's burning. There is a house where voices sing, where brushes paint, baskets are crafted, where songs are dreamt, where books are penned and read. But there is a fire, and it's burning. There is a house of culture where sages sang praises to peace, threw water on anger, legislated against war and hunger, agreed on treatises so wide-ranging that humanity would be safe, creativity allowed to breathe and thrive, contributions welcomed that would compel us to share, to think, to act. But books are the quickest to go. The flames grow brighter, the tongues longer. Whole libraries vanish and screens power out. In this house of wood and wonder, there is a fire, and it's burning. The parchment disintegrates, the papyrus folds in on itself, the strings of music making broken, the palatial walls cracking, stables, stalls, great houses falling, artworks wiped out of history, names of great lineages forgotten, meanings of rivers eroded, tongues of the ancient ones silenced. The vision of the wise, selected, cut, deleted, because there is a fire, and it's burning. Tongues, lips, feet diminishing, scream, leap, run, resist. There is a fire, and it's burning. There is a fire. There is. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa, for that, and a very relevant poem. And the fire is burning, and we need to put down the fire and make sure that we play our role, and it is in this house that we will be able to do that. Thank you, Lisa. Another round of applause for Lisa. May I now invite address by UNESCO, our knowledge partner, represented by the Chief Executive of Culture, and that will be Ms. Doreen Dubois. The floor is yours, ma'am, and good morning from South Africa. Doreen, I think they're trying to sort out the volume. Just one moment. It's confirmed, now it's ready. Please go ahead.
Very important event. It is indeed a deep honor for me to deliver these remarks on behalf of UNESCO. And in the name of UNESCO, I would like to commend the South African G20 presidency for placing the intersection of culture and climate at the heart of the G20 culture agenda. It is not a small step forward. It is a very important one. This year is critical. We have heard through your words, Ms. Kumbrick, it is critical because the agenda, the international agenda, is moving forward. There is a fire burning, and culture has a role to play. So as you know, the escalating climate crisis and ongoing environmental degradation are transforming ecosystems, societies, economies on a scale and at a pace that have had no precedent. We need indeed concrete solutions, but we also need coordinated policy responses. Already, the impact of climate change is visible across all cultural domains. We're talking here about rising sea levels, desertification, wildfires, floods, extreme weather events that affect, cultural natural heritage sites. But also we are talking about, very threatened living heritage practices, ecosystems, resilience and livelihoods of communities. Also, we're talking about the core of cultural diversity, which is itself at risk, because climate change has a disproportionate impact on indigenous communities, on custodians of, community, values, ancestral knowledge systems. So we know about this impact. We know more and more about it because we document such impact more. But here, what we would like to bring to the international community is actually our contribution to highlight the power and the role of culture for climate adaptation, for climate mitigation, and overall for climate action. Natural World Heritage sites today, when they are protected, and we need to actually enhance, a couple of figures here. Natural World Heritage sites act as carbon sinks. They represent, 3.5 million square kilometers around the world. We also know that traditional ecological knowledge traditional knowledge systems, intangible cultural heritage, if you will, contribute to disaster risk reduction, land and water management, food systems that are resilient and sustainable. And likewise, we have also seen, the power of the cultural and creative industries to actually enhance public awareness. We have seen their role, of the cultural and creative industries to shape narratives, to actually support behavioral change for an effective climate action. So I would like to recall also what has happened at the international level very recently, and the fact that this initiative of the South African G20 presidency is absolutely essential. There has been some progress made recently. There has been, above all, a call from member states, from all the UNESCO member states, to enhance, the role of culture for climate action. At COP28 in the United Arab Emirates, the inclusion of cultural heritage in the UAE framework for global climate resilience has been a very important step forward. UNESCO is a lead knowledge partner of the group of friends of culture-based climate action, which is co-chaired by the United Arab Emirates together with Brazil. And this group now comprises more than 30, 40, I think it's almost 40 member states. And it is absolutely essential that it actually grows and allows actually for an enhanced integration of culture in all the climate action international agendas. The group will convene in its highest level, at ministerial level in Mondiacult, the global forum of ministers of culture. It will take place in Barcelona, Spain, this year in September, October this year. The group will also be mobilized at COP30 in Belém, in Brazil, so that we actually are able to keep, the momentum of placing culture at the heart of the climate action agenda. I must say that, and we have to recognize that culture needs this support, because culture is not, the role of culture is not highlighted at its, I would say, reasonable, at its reasonable role, the effects that, the impact that it could have and it could bring to communities. We have, from a UNESCO perspective, expanded our work, on several levels to actually gather the consensus of member states, to gather also the actions and the solutions to be brought, not only at the international level, but also at country level. We have enhanced, therefore, our work at the normative level in the framework of our international conventions for world heritage, intangible cultural heritage, the cultural and creative industry. Of course, also the all the international conventions that relate to crisis, and therefore allow us to act, in disasters and crisis situations around the world. We have also elaborated policy document, and especially we'll recall the policy document for climate action of the World Heritage Convention, which was revised and adopted in 2023. Also the one for intangible cultural heritage, which has put forward the value of intangible cultural heritage for climate action. We're also, enhancing capacity building at country level to allow, countries to integrate culture in their projects, but also in their plans for climate actions. And finally, we're also here to provide member states with studies, international studies that can highlight, not only the impact of climate change on culture in all its fields, but also allow, to provide all the data that is available to highlight the role of culture for climate action. And we hope that it can serve you, can serve member states, can serve all, activists to highlight this role so that there is this virtuous circle of action for culture in climate action. I'd like to highlight in particular, one latest, set of data and recommendations that we have heard. UNESCO has convened, a reflection meeting on culture and climate action in March this year. The objective was to, of course, contribute additional data, additional recommendation supporting the G20 South African presidency, but also the COP30, the group of friends and our partners, our member states. And we have gathered high-level experts in the field of culture, but also in other areas of work. They actually gathered to actually see the states of the art and see where would be the priorities in international contexts that actually is also facing other crises in culture, also including, other crises, including budgetary financial crisis. So the objective was to highlight those recommendations, those priorities. We're going to issue a thematic paper, for Mondiacult and COP30. But in the meantime, I would like just to highlight, some key elements, and I will finish, this introduction on this. Those key elements include, the fact that the role of culture in climate adaptation should be underscored. There is an urgent need to enhance the role of culture in this area. There is indeed a need to enhance climate adaptation, to enhance its efficiency, its effectiveness, and not only in times of emergency, but also as a proactive strategy, strengthen community resilience. Another recommendation concerns, the fact that there is a need to build on the full spectrum of culture domains to contribute to climate action, so that we are able to contribute directly to climate action through, adaptation and mitigation strategies, but also to combine the role of culture together with other public policy domains, including, education. And here we're talking, for example, about, climate literacy and the ability of culture to enhance, the messages, not only to the youth, but also to all of us, all generations. There is also a need to enhance, the integration of culture in the national adaptation plans, but also the national determined contributions. This is absolutely key because it can be seen, as planning, but it is first and foremost about the commitment of countries around the world to actually contribute to mitigating the impacts of climate change and also contributing to adaptation. And if culture is part of those plans, of course, culture will have the possibility to enhance, those efficiencies, but also to be integrated in other public policy domains. Another important point, of course, concerns behavioral change. I have mentioned it earlier, but indeed, there is a strong need to engage, youth, and through culture, we see all the potential to engage people, and this is a key for, climate action, not only to have a top-down, policy aspect or policy contribution, but also to have a very much, bottom-up led change for, addressing the impacts of climate change. And of course, there is this message about climate finance. Culture should be fully, integrated in those schemes, in those mechanisms at international level. Financing is there to address, hopefully, loss and damage, and culture should be definitely part of these mechanisms. So, within this broader context, today's seminar provides a very timely opportunity to deepen not only the understanding, to deepen the, the sharing of practices, but also to explore, and I'm very glad to see this in the agenda, policy innovations, policy solutions that can be brought, at on the ground and at policy level. So in closing, I would like to recall that the climate crisis is not only a scientific or an economic challenge. It is also a cultural one. So again, thank you for this very for this, very for this inspiration brought today, for your exchanges, and we wish you, from a UNESCO perspective, very fruitful, debates to contribute to climate action and the integration of culture in it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doreen, for those inspiring, thoughtful interventions. Much appreciated. It really starts shaping the discourse and how we're going to move forward. With that, I would like now to invite, on behalf of the Deputy Minister, Peace Mawe, our Acting Deputy Director General, to come and deliver the opening remarks. Mr. Zanyani, please take the platform. You can give him a hand while he's coming.
Thank you, Program Director, and good morning. I'm just going to, as said by the Program Director, deliver a speech on behalf of the Deputy Minister who couldn't make it this morning. The MECs present, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors and High Commissioners, Troika members, members of the G20 Culture Working Group, invited guests, countries, senior government officials, traditional leaders in our midst, as acknowledged before, UNESCO, the lead knowledge partner, international organizations in attendance. It gives me a great pleasure to be here as you engage in this important topic today, titled The Intersection of Culture and Climate. Good afternoon, wherever you are. Good evening, wherever you are, and maybe good morning like us here this morning in other parts of the world. I wish to thank you all for accepting our invitation. Your deliberations will be instrumental to shape our joint work ahead, notably to inform the preparations of the deliverables of the working group envisaged by the Presidency, but also how we respond to the call for climate action. In an increasingly fragmented world, the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture believes that the G20 Culture Workstream holds a unique responsibility to showcase culture's unique ability to foster dialogue, bridge divides, and strengthen inclusive multilateralism and lasting peace. As the world's leading economies, G20 members are also uniquely positioned to demonstrate the importance of culture in driving economic prosperity through employment, innovation, and resilience, including through the responsible use of natural resources. The Presidency commits to enable consensus around core commitments to be enshrined in the Ministerial Declaration by ensuring that a conducive climate is created for discussion and negotiations whereby member states, guest nations, and international organizations will be invited to provide inputs and amendments. We will take advantage of any opportunities at our disposal to continue to engage with yourselves so that your views and inputs are considered to ensure that we have the zero draft as soon as possible. As we navigate this evolving landscape, we must recognize the growing interdependence of technology, culture, and economic development in relation to call for climate action and adaptation. Your knowledge and experience should reinforce the importance of leveraging digital advancement while ensuring inclusivity, protecting cultural diversity, and promoting sustainable economic opportunities within the creative sector and its contribution in mitigating climate change. I'm pleased to see the representation from the traditional leaders of our communities, including our bearer of and custodian of indigenous knowledge systems and indigenous languages in attendance. Your contribution is central to this issue. As we move forward, let us ensure that our policies remain adaptive, inclusive, and responsive to the rapid changes in the digital era. Our collective vision can shape a future where creativity drives sustainable growth and the richness of our culture is preserved and celebrated for generations to come. To achieve all this, we must strengthen policies that position culture as both a social asset and an economic force, ensuring that artists, creatives, and cultural practitioners are recognized as essential contributors to development. There is an urgent need for effective governance framework, financing mechanism, and strategic partnership to unlock culture's full potential in employment creation, innovation, and sustainable growth. It is important that we capacitate and strengthen mechanisms for research, data collection, international cooperation to allow us to develop evidence-based policies that effectively bridge cultural and socio-economic objectives. As G20 nations, we have a shared responsibility to translate these insights into action. This requires robust multilateral collaborations, commitment to relevant international conventions, and national strategies that position culture as a pillar of sustainable development. Let this session be a catalyst for embedding culture at the heart of policymaking where it belongs. Let us take forward not only the contributions that we have made during the previous meetings, but a renewed sense of purpose in advancing a development model that is truly inclusive and reflective of our shared humanity. By the way, South Africa have just joined the group of Friends of Culture, culture-based climate action, and we are hoping more countries will follow suit. Program Director, allow me to extend my deepest gratitude in advance to all panelists, participants, experts, and stakeholders for your invaluable contribution. May our collective efforts ensure that culture continues to unite, inspire, and drive meaningful change for generations to come. I wish you fruitful deliberations that would go beyond just talks, but to also include tangible and actionable outcomes that would guide and deepen our knowledge and sharpen our intervention towards climate action and adaptation. I hope you have time in between your busy schedule to enjoy this beautiful city. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Acting DDG, Mr. Tsanyane, for officially opening this session. Much appreciated, and I will call for another round of applause for Mr. Tsanyane. May I abuse you, taking advantage of the powers vested on me, that we don't take a break, we move on to the next session. I see nods. Thank you. So we will do that. Should you wish to grab a cup of coffee, juice, water, it's in front of you, but the coffee is just outside for convenience. That we make up for the time that we have lost a bit. Maybe before I invite the first panel, just to give a bit of a background in terms of where we have come from and why we are here, and maybe what needs to be done going forward. Over the past 5 years, culture has rightfully gained prominence within the G20. This shift began with the first G20 Culture Ministers meeting hosted by Saudi Arabia in 2020 and was institutionalized through the formal establishment of the G20 Culture Working Group under the Italian presidency in 2021. The process has since been strengthened by sustained commitment of the successive presidencies of Indonesia, India, Brazil, and now South Africa. While reflecting the growing importance of culture in multilateral fora, this evolution also mirrors the G20's expanding mandate to encompass a broader spectrum of policy domains beyond its internal sole economic focus. Since 2020, the Culture Working Group has consolidated its status as a dedicated working group under the Shepherd track. Its terms of reference adopted in 2021 and updated in 2023 frame its mandate, function, agenda, and membership. The Culture Working Group has engaged with diverse priorities articulated by their successive presidencies, fostering progress in areas such as the protection of cultural heritage, particularly against illicit trafficking, and the promotion of cultural and creative industries. The Culture Working Group has also addressed culture's contribution to areas such as human rights, climate action, and the digital transformation, leveraging the G20's global economic influence. Moreover, it has taken a leading role in advocating for the integration of culture into sustainable development agendas, advancing its recognition across other policy forums. South Africa's leadership is further advancing the Culture Working Group as a lasting pillar of the G20 summit, building on the achievement of the past 5 presidencies while also laying a strong foundation for its continued growth and impact in the years to come. The continued prominence of this working group reaffirms the vital role of culture in driving inclusive development and strengthening multilateral cooperation while also advancing a rights-based cultural agenda. We firmly believe that this year's G20 Culture Working Group under the South Africa presidency can drive meaningful progress in integrating culture into sustainable development strategies. The 4 priorities articulated by the presidency align closely with the key areas of action set by member states in the Mondial Cult 2022 declaration, including cultural rights, harnessing culture for climate action, and supporting the economy of culture. Achievements of the G20 Culture Working Group's work were primarily encapsulated in the successive ministerial outcome documents or declaration, which reflect consensus by membership and forge shared language across a diversity of topics. While such declarations are not binding, they reflect shared concrete aspirations, providing foundation for both subsequent joint work and for advancing political commitments. These ministerial level documents also proved instrumental in expanding or refining culture-related language agreed within other international fora, notably the UNESCO Mondial Cult Conference, UNESCO conventions, or UN resolutions. Knowledge building and dissemination have been central to the Culture Working Group work, supporting informed policy deliberations amongst members. In line with the G20 as a forum for dialogue rather than normative decision-making, the Culture Working Group contributes to a broader knowledge ecosystem shared across all tracks. This has been achieved through initiatives such as expert-led webinars in 2021, 2023, and 2025, in-person side events, and outcome-focused publication, and ensuring continuity of knowledge across presidencies has been underlined as critical for the sustainability and relevance of the group's work. In this regard, the presidency hosted 4 one-day webinars as key component of Cultural Working Group's knowledge-building efforts aimed at promoting the ongoing exchange of insights and good practices across successive presidencies, echoing the terms of reference of the Culture Working Group. Held on the 2nd and 3rd, 9th and 10th of April 2025, each day was dedicated to one of the 4 priorities. The priorities that have been set out by the South Africa Presidency Culture Working Group are 1, safeguarding and restitution of cultural rights; The second one being integrating cultural policies with socio-economic strategies. The third being digital economies and protection, promotion of creative industries. And last but not least, the intersection of culture and climate change. In preparation, G20 members, guest countries, invited organizations were invited to designate experts for each of the webinars. Some 120 high-level experts from diverse disciplines, including cultural policies, international relations, social and human science, digital technologies, among others, took part in the webinars as speakers. The speakers represented a broad array of organizations from academia, specialized public bodies, to professional networks, civil society organizations, and local government, among others, bringing a wide spectrum of voices and perspectives. The objective was to stimulate dialogue among members on the 4 priorities, as the South African presidency has indicated. And this strong engagement underscored the relevance of the webinars in informing the reflection of the Culture Working Group and the broad interest they generate amongst and across members. So this gathering here today in this beautiful city is an important gathering which presents a platform for us all to share and learn from each other. We, together as a collective, bring in our diverse experiences, best practices, and solutions to craft inclusive climate action, adaptation, and resilience. So, dear delegates, allow me to invite the moderator, who would then invite the panelists and run the show. The moderator is Onati Luchava, the CEO of SACU, which is the South African Cultural Observatory. You are welcome, ma'am, and now you can take the reins.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you, Rufus, for the introduction. I'm going to call upon my panel members or my panelists up to the floor, to the stage, and we've got 2 other panel members that are joining us virtually today. So if I may start with Professor Loli Makubu, if you can come forward. Professor Loli Makubu Badenhorst is an associate professor and director for multilingualism education project at the University of Cape Town, and she's also the chairperson of PANSALB. Please welcome Ms. Loli. The next panelist that I'd like to call up to the stage is Professor Langa Khumalo, who is the executive director and professor at the South African Center for Digital Language Resources, SADELA, at the I love Nelson Mandela University, at the Northwest University. If you can please join us at the stage. Followed by him would be Mr. Sabelo Madlala, who is the senior environmental officer at the Robben Island Museum. Mr. Sabelo Madlala, if you can please join us. Is he here? They're hiding in the island at the back. And then lastly, I would like to call upon Inkosi Langa Mavuso, who is the Deputy Chairperson of the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders. Virtually, we are joined by Dr. Kumi Naidu, who's a lifelong advocate for human rights and climate justice. Kumi, if you are here, the room is welcoming you. I welcome you. Everybody welcomes you. And also we've got Ms. Kanda Kensis, who is a creative industries consultant, specializing in creative economy, digital creative industries. So welcome to all 6 of you, the 4 in person and the 4 virtually. Our panel, we're looking at harnessing South Africa's cultural heritage and community knowledge for climate resilience and justice. And the question that our panelists today will be discussing with all of us, having a conversation amongst each other and with us, and those who are joining us virtually, is how South African actors translate culture-based solutions, exploring local initiatives on climate-responsive cultural practices. Now, before I go into the crux of the matter, I think it's only fair, Mr. Rufus, that I introduce who I represent further beyond the name Unathi Luchap. So I work at the South African Cultural Observatory, which is a cultural and creative industries think tank of the National Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. We've been mapping the creative industries for exactly 10 years this year to understand the economic value of the creative economy in South Africa. And for many that deal with the intangibles, this can seem like an incomplete science, right? Like counting culture. How do you do that? Well, you measure the trade in goods and services. And it is critical that we try and count culture and track its impact, both its commercial and its cultural value, so we can influence policy, we can drive investment, we can improve on trade, and create a better enabling environment, so both the social and the economic impacts can be felt by producers, by consumers, and communities. So, what do we know so far about the creative economy in South Africa? We know that the sector contributes almost 3% to South Africa's GDP, employs about 6% of South Africa's population. The GDP I mentioned is almost on par with the agricultural sector. So this is one of the fastest growing sectors in South Africa. And the creative economy is also a place for young people, like the UNESCO speaker that spoke earlier on. We're about to release our latest stats and data around August, September, which will show us the new numbers in terms of employment, in terms of trade, in terms of transformation, in terms of GDP contribution, and the impact of the artificial intelligence in the creative economy in South Africa. So please be on the lookout for this. If you haven't, please subscribe to the South African Cultural Observatory newsletter so that you can get all these updates. And better yet, maybe come to the 5th International Conference, which will be hosted in November 5 and 6, where we will be discussing the creative economy futures. Enough about the South African Cultural Observatory. I would like to start with a question to Professor Loli Makubu, a question that looks at safeguarding of languages. As somebody who chairs PANSELB and who is working in the multilingualism education sector, so safeguarding of languages, communication technologies against climate change, and the use of indigenous knowledge to promote resilience. Ms. Lisa Conbrick reminded us earlier on that there is a fire, and this fire is burning. And we know what the future will bring, even if we do not want to face it. And that's the wonder of working on and in the creative industries, because we see things that people do not. And one of them is that fire that is burning that we have been reminded of. But there's an upside, though, to this. There are what I'd like to call the 3 C's, which is yes, communication and culture. And these 3 C's, there's an arsenal that can help us, and and I'd like you to talk about that briefly. How do we truly use the three tools, which is culture, creativity, and communication, to generate the step change that's needed to actually achieve sustainable development for humankind? If we are to score our own goals, our own global goals, or come anywhere near them, how do we lean on the power of culture to change the minds of people and their behaviors? So how do we improve our communications between people, between communities, between countries and cultures to find a better way of working together to solve what we will undoubtedly is a global crisis?
Good morning. Do I come to present there?
No,
or
no. I think you're right there.
I'm right here. Oh, okay. Once more, good morning, Sanbona, Molweni, Ndimachiloni, Jambo, More. Thanks for the question. And let me just start by sort of like the pun that we just had listened to the wonderful music here, and I saw all of us moving, dancing, and tapping. And the music that is playing here, it is language and culture. You can't divorce music from culture. And the creativity that we've seen here, the language that was used here is universal. We didn't really have to. We didn't really have to provide interpreting services. And in terms of the creativity, communication, and communication, when we communicate, I do certainly hope that next time when we do meet here, we do provide for the translation and interpreting services, program director, because as we are speaking here, and the people that are in the virtual space internationally, I'm using English, which is my 11th language. Pardon me if I don't use, if I break the language. So we can't be talking about the climate change and other things without touching the issues of a language. Because the people that are in the rural communities, how do they communicate? Whenever they are making the creativity that we do here, whatever they do, they don't do it using English. They don't do it, they use it. The creativity comes from their, from their heart and using their own languages. So how we see our role here in language and culture is us, how do we work together? How is the G20 supporting the resilience of the people out there who are really dealing with such issues? When mama emakhaya bathi batshala amaqabishi, they don't use English ukutshala amaqabishi. They don't use yovuna emasimini amathanga. They don't use any other thing. So uma ngabe, say for instance, they want to do something with regards to plowing or agriculture or whatever, or farming. So when they communicate or when they want to know what to do and when to do it, it is embedded. It is our indigenous knowledge system that what would they do? They would then say, ilanga umaselit, that is when the sun is there. Umaselithambeme. And they would know that this is time for us to plow, this is time for us to farm, this is time for us to do all other things. If we are going to communicate with them and we exclude language, so how are they going to interact with the climate? So currently, it does not mean that because we are not using language, their language, the languages that they do understand, that they do not interact with the climate. They are the people, they produce, and they are playing a crucial role, a critical role in our economy. And they produce to feed our families. They produce, some of them in small scale, as for the economy, besides feeding the families and the relatives and everybody and the visitors. So then issues of climate change and language, the 3 C's, the communication, we communicate using different languages, and especially including the indigenous languages and those languages that are endangered in the country. and elsewhere in the country. And the creativity, I've cited the creativity, that's the second C, that the creativity, a typical example that we had here, all of us were dancing here, and the creativity that comes out here, it's coming out, it is then universal. So the culture is isiko, inkcubeko sethu. Asikwazi ukuzivalela ngaphandle. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much, Sis Loli Makubu, for those inputs. There's quite a number of takeaways that I have, which perhaps I'll have a follow-up questions later. But I'd like to move on to our next panelist. I'll take one from one of our virtual panelists. And the question I have is for Ms. Kanda Kensas, who is the Creative Industries Consultant. Kanda, digital creatives are an art form, right? And art form is an expression of culture. And that expression of culture is an interesting dynamic, especially now with AI coming in. That's scraping the internet and using our artifacts, and that's also fueling this kind of rapid growth, which is AI, and which is hungrily chewing, fossil fuels to fuel all the data centers around the world. So there's that aspect. Can you kindly speak to this a little bit with us, and perhaps in your response, talk about the importance of intellectual property in all of this? Thank you.
Thanks, Unati. First of all, I'd like to greet everyone and say what an honor it is to be part of this conversation. So when it comes to digital creative industries, we're kind of working especially on the grassroots level. On an activist level, we're kind of looking at two fronts here. On the one side, we're looking at the digital divide and the challenges involved in trying to include as many populations as possible in conversations around climate change. And on the other side, we're looking at the, as you mentioned, Unati, the immense environmental footprint of the data centers that are fueling the next digital revolution. So from a cultural and creative industries perspective, there's a massive disruptor in the AI world. So a kind of popular metric floating around is that creating one image using AI uses the same amount of energy as it takes to charge a phone. And people obviously, because it's kind of intangible, don't often think about the environmental impact of these kinds of technologies. And these technologies, obviously there's tech giants, global tech giants that are impacting local creative ecosystems as we try and get our policies and discussions around intellectual property in line with global standards. We are trying to mitigate the risks of infringements of intellectual property rights that then deprive especially marginalized communities of their ability to derive income from their cultural heritage, because obviously that informs the cultural products, that creates their unique selling points in global markets. And so we're really trying to unpack what this means in terms of the future of work as these industries get disrupted, and trying to understand what the potential impact of this in terms of climate on the one hand, and also on the other hand, we can look at the impact of media and cultural products on advancing the debate around climate change. There are many intellectuals, especially looking at the sociological and psychological aspects of climate change debates, and trying to understand how people align themselves with various viewpoints when it comes to climate change mitigation. And so I think, there's been various studies around the impact of gaming, for example. There was a recent study with Yale and Unity around how gamers understand the conversations around climate change, and there was a significant difference in terms of their willingness to advance the conversation. So in terms of creating inclusive dialogue around this, there's lots of media channels that can be used to reach populations, on the one hand on the digital side, and then on the more traditional art forms like theatre, community theatre, again leveraging educational platforms, broadcast and radio to spread the news around climate change and further the debate, so that we can achieve that bottom-up as well as top-led aspect to the climate change debate. Did that answer your question?
Off? Okay. Thank you, Kanda. Yes, I think it did. I do have a follow-up question, but I will go to my next panelist, because I think part of what you touched on, looking at the conversations around climate change when you're talking about media and the digital platforms, tying in with what Sis Loli or Professor Loli mentioned earlier around the use of languages and its impact around communities that are doing a crucial role. But I'll come back to that. So let's park it for now, because I want to move to my next panelist, Professor Langa Khumalo. The question I want to ask you centers around exploring the intersection between language, culture, and climate change. So our stories and our practices and our rituals, the daily things like we do, like taking a child to school, reading books, eating dinner together, observations such as Christmas or Eid, they are all cultural heritage in motion, right? And we need cultural heritage and the power of its diversity to map out a number of things, including how we're going to face extreme weather events, how we're going to welcome climate refugees, how do we change business practices, how do we support caregivers, children, and the elderly? The list goes on. But these pattern changes are the answers to our future. And to implement them, we must tend to our past. Can you tell us how we can possibly do that? How do we draw on the wealth of knowledge and skills that's transmitted through culture from one generation to the next? So this talks to the intangible cultural heritage. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question. In my language, isiNdebele, when a child utters the first word, the elders exclaim, "Sekungumuntu." It is now a human being. So language humanizes us. It completes us. It makes us human beings. And we use language to observe our paraphernalia and learn from it. To observe nature very closely, learn from it, use it to mediate our behavior. All those representations are articulated, are expressed through language. Now, the tragedy is that most of the global language, particularly in the global south, were ostracized, removed from the important new learning centers that were created and presented as schools. So the school, as the new knowledge production center, was driven by the dominant languages. And those of you who grew up in the generation that I belong will remember that we were punished for bringing our languages in this new learning center called the school. And not just that, they sent one of us to monitor that you dare not speak your language. And the ostracization, the proscription of those languages in the new knowledge creation centers meant that there was something very profound that happened. That, first of all, our languages were no longer the tool through which we mediate new knowledge. But that also, importantly, our languages were de-intellectualized. They lost the capacity to interact with new knowledges that were brought to the fore through these new knowledge centers. And because language verbalizes culture, language presents that worldview that informs your thinking, informs your ways of knowing. Our ways of knowing were no longer part of the training centers. I will go back again to my language and culture. Where I grew up, there was a time in the year where the elders will go out with all the boys to collect every single bone of every single animal that died in the field. Because the rainy season was not supposed to start before the collection and removal of every single bone of an animal that died in the field, because that actually affected the season that was about to come. That's a cultural practice that is imbued in a worldview that is only articulated in my mother tongue. So the big challenge is that our languages and our ways of knowledge are the global knowledge economy footnote. It is not part of the growing, ever-growing knowledge economy. And I dare say, monolingualism and monoculturalism is the bane of our human existence. We fear multiculturalism, we fear multilingualism, but the world is richer multilingually and multiculturally, because we bring multiplicities of ways of knowledge that inform our interaction with the world as we know it as human beings. So what we need to bring to the center is language. Culture is not something that is fossilized, that is left behind us, and we draw it every September to parade to the world. It is a lived experience. And right now, our lived experience is that our language, our languages, our voices are missing here in this global stage. I will end by this. We are poor without multilingual perspectives. Monolingualism is the bane of our human existence right now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Prof. Langa. I am tempted to ask you, before I forget this point, and I know that artificial intelligence is something that came, quite recently, but somehow has had an impact on everything, how we know things and how we've done things, and who's doing things on my computer now? It influences what we know in ideas and narratives. Would you maybe comment or rather share with us, to what extent that influence has had on our languages, which is supposed to be our lived experiences, and what would you perhaps recommend happens for us to not lose this? I don't know if my question really makes any sense.
It does. It makes a lot of sense. Thank you for that question, Chair. As long as the prescription of other languages in the production of knowledge continues, we are poor. It doesn't mean that dominant languages are not making us progress. And AI, as a profoundly disruptive system that is here to change, to make us function better, and it has, will not stop, because the global north is going to continue to innovate, to advance. But it means it is exacerbating the gap between us and the global north. What we need to do as the global south is to look at opportunities in this advancement. And there is a lot of what is happening in South Africa, networks that are developing and fast bringing African languages and languages of the global south into the digital cyber infrastructure. Because, Chair, I dare say, if our languages do not and are not part of the cyber digital infrastructure, they will be obsolete. The South African Center for Digital Language Resources, SADILA, an organization that I am part of, is working very hard to develop language models, corpora, and digital technologies for all the 12 official languages of this country. Because we want to present these building blocks for these vast improving cyber infrastructure technologies to learn from and advance these languages. Because again, without them, we are poorer as humanity. And I want to add, Chair, before I terminate my response, that it will take a lot of infrastructure support for these languages to be grown to the extent that English and the languages of the global north have progressed. But it is not wasteful to develop these infrastructures so that these technologies mean something for the people of the global south. We are not saying the global north must stop progressing in order for us to catch up. But with AI, there are opportunities that the global south can actually run where others crawled. And we can use the fast pace in the AI infrastructure to actually accelerate the advancement of hitherto underdeveloped and under-resourced African languages, for them to be part of the AI age. And it takes a lot. It takes the speakers of these languages to produce the data sets that are required for our presence in the cyber infrastructure, and our partnership with Wikipedia South Africa and the Pan-South African Language Board is actually advancing that progress. We are better multiculturally and multilingually as a humanity than we have been up to now. Chair.
Thank you, Professor Langa. My next question is to Mr. Sabelo Madlala from the Robben Island Museum, and I think it ties in quite well with the inputs from Prof earlier on. And the question I have for you is looking at the challenges of climate change on heritage sites. So there's this intersection between culture and climate change, and if we're looking at, you know, what's happened in the past or what's been happening in the past and how global heritage sites have been affected by climate change, and if you also look at, you know, how climate change also, to an extent, a large extent, if I may dare say, is affected, you know, land use, which impacts on the food that, you know, we as Africans especially, you know, rely on, you know, the land we rely on to produce food. And that's another cultural component as well. And there's a whole lot of these. In what ways do you think, you know, from a natural and a heritage cultural domain, would you say arts and culture can make a positive contribution to sustainable development?
Nati. Colleagues, greetings. I work for Robben Island Museum. I basically stay on site, and I had to come over, you know, yesterday. You know, Chair, if you were to reverse time, take the same forum to the 20 years ago, we will be debating on whether climate change exists or not. You know, I think we've gone past that debate, and we are now all in agreement that climate change does exist. My role at Robben Island as a well-rated site, which is managed by RIM, the entity of DSEC, is basically to manage the biodiversity of the site. And critical to that is the putting together plans and programs for dealing with disaster risk. We are a marine site right in the ocean, and unfortunately right in the heart of your busiest port in Africa, Cape Town Port. And the issues around you know, sea rising, the issues around pollution, the issues around increased salinity in the atmosphere and eating the fabric of buildings, the high temperatures, unfortunately, some of the things that we are experiencing. And yeah, we are getting first-hand experience of it. And we are, another impact will be, around how our income from tourism activities, unfortunately, will get, impacted. Because if the seas are rising and swells become rougher, it affects your tourism experience. And you'll get a lot of boat cancellation, and meaning the money that you'll need to have to pump into conservation, you will struggle. And I prepared a site-specific presentation And that I'll be speaking to it, speaking to the issues of adaptations, speaking to the issues of challenges that we are going through and so forth. Thanks. But maybe just to add is to say, if you were to go through your UNESCO inscription criteria, we are a culture site. You get nature site, you get mixed site. REM is a culture site. And it's a multi-layered historical landscape, Unati. And the heritage that we often speak about is not hanging on the sky, it's sitting on nature. And meaning biodiversity, the seabirds that get to breed on the island, the actual landmass is basically the critical remnants of how we should be, interpreting, our heritage. Thank you.
I'm coming to you now, Dr. Kumi Naidu. I know that suspense has been killing you. As a lifelong advocate for human rights and climate justice, I recently learned, I was today years old when I learned that Patagonia, which is the jacket makers, the designer of outdoor clothing and gear, they partnered with a startup that's recycling fishing nets and turning them into fabric for their new line of clothing and gear that they produce. So that's science, that's technology, that's innovation, and that's fashion, and a change of business practice all in one. All of which took creativity to find a sustainable solution to a big global problem, which are fishing nets. A bit of background about the fishing gear or fishing nets or what's happening in the seas or in our oceans. Fishing gear accounts for roughly 10% of the 12 million tons of plastic that end up in our oceans every year. Discarded nets, lines, and ropes make up about 46% of the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. As traditional industry goes into decline, the trade patterns shift and digital transformation takes hold. And the creative industries are likely to play a central role, and a growing role, that is. And countries want better prospects for their people. How do we harness creativity to find new solutions to existing challenges under sustainable development agenda? Dr. Naidu. Thank you. You're muted.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? No?
And this PC is locked. I can't even give him a thumbs up. I don't know who's operating. Oh, you can. That's sad.
I'll dial in again.
You're audible, so you can go ahead.
I almost want to go to, there we go. Can someone please admit him? Oh. Dr. Naidu, are you back in the room? Okay. I think whilst we're solving that problem, I think I'd like to come to you, Inkosi Langa Mavuso. I really wish this was flexible. Thank you. We know that our heritage doesn't start at museums, or neither does it stop at museums, or some faraway site, and that culture, has power. Prof. Langa Kumalo spoke about this, that we live it, we experience it, we reshape it and create it constantly. Now, as climate changes, communities do fray, and there's a lot of mistrust that is expanding, and the unrest that becomes more common. And we need to go back to basics. How do we do that? How do we reconnect with our humanity and use the power of culture to embrace the changes we need to make, and perhaps adopt new ones, sustainable practices that will ultimately save our civilization?
Thank you. Let me observe the protocol that has been observed before. I grew up in Alice, Eastern Cape, where University of Fort Hare is. When we were growing up, Umakhulu used to say, you don't throw stones to the river, because there are people that are living underneath the river. And we would fear the river. You don't cross the river at night. Now that I'm old, I think it was the way of water conservation and keeping the river clean. Not that there are people that are living in the river. Fast forward. At home, there would be, in fact, in some communities that still observed, umkhosi wesivuno, the harvesting season, whereby inkosi would lead that mkhosi. And it's done around April, early May. Now that I'm a farmer, I understand why it was done that way. Because grazing, our camps are becoming, there's no grass in winter. Now, when May begins, beginning of winter, you want to take the cattle from the grazing camps to the fields where you planted maize. In a way, they used to say, we call it ukubhuqisa emasimini, so that you sustain the weight of the cattle during winter season. Now that I understand that it was a way of even preventing overgrazing, which will lead to soil erosion, and you have dongas in summer when the rain comes around September. So it was regulated such that I know, for instance, the last week of October at home, I must start planting maize so that I can catch up with the rains of December, because in January, the sun is terrible. So my maize must be able to flow with that, also those weather patterns. But I think I blame myself, I mean the institution of traditional leaders being resilient and trying to educate our communities around this thing. Even the issue of Mtata disaster. We blame ourselves as leadership that we need to educate our people about these things. For an example, at home, umnquma is a wild olive. You get permission to cut olive. But for a black wattle and umga, which is thornbush, you don't get a permission because it's a species that we don't want because it takes so much water. Now that I've went to school and I understand that science from our people, and there's an element that is creeping in now in our communities. The issue of disposable nappies. That our sisters are dumping them in rivers, and when the rain comes, all that is there goes down. And down the stream, our cattle are drinking, and those cattle, we're going to slaughter them for our rituals, funerals, and all that. So perhaps I blame us, Mayor, that at local government level, we're failing. Quickly, coming to the issue of initiation. For instance, this winter season, as a country, we have lost about 19 boys. But I bet last week, summer season, we lost close to 50 boys in the country. Because customarily or traditionally, initiation is done in winter. It's not done in summer. Our forebears were smart to such an extent they knew that in summer there are a lot of diseases. There's rain, there's too much temperature and all that. So I'm traveling with Nkosi Mahlangu. Nkosi Mahlangu is the chairperson of the National Initiation Oversight Committee. We said, let's come here and perhaps we'll get partners to help us. Eastern Cape and especially the area of Meya in Wartambo is giving us problems. That they are taking boys at the age of 12, 14 to the initiation school. Akondo Wartambo, 12 years. There's no such. So, and parents are a problem. They are not even cooperating with government institutions, traditional leaders, in trying to say, you can't have a man who's 16 years old. That's a baby, you see. So, I think perhaps as a country, we must find a way of dealing with these problems. I understand that there's this notion that we're in a global world, let's behave as such, but we are different in the global world. Some countries, they promote their traditions and customs. Let me stop there.
Thank you, Nkosi Langamavuso. I have a lot of questions for you, like tons. But I think for the purposes of time, which you've already lost, I would like to engage you after this session on a number of things, especially because you touched on the fact that the two of us come from Etigen. And I have a boy child. Is Dr. Naidu in the room? Okay. Dr. Naidu, welcome back. Before we lose you, please share with us, how do we harness creativity and how do we find solutions to the existing challenges under the Sustainable Development Agenda? Some of these challenges have been highlighted here today, and some of them we know. We've had conversations about them at conferences, at various engagements that we participate in. But can you share with us how you think we should harness creativity to find new solutions for the problems that we face? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me now in the room? Okay, so let me start by saying warm greetings to everyone. I am reminded of a moment during the South African freedom struggle where if you were the last person on a panel after you've heard as many excellent speeches and contributions as we've just heard, you started by saying, most of the really good points I wanted to make have been eloquently made by the previous speaker, and then after that you spoke for 1 hour. So let me try and be as brief as I can. And with the help of the chairperson, I would really like to bring the audience into the conversation by posing this question. Where are we as humanity in terms of addressing the existential threat of climate change? Option 1 is no reason to panic. Our governments and businesses will get their act together and prevent the worst of catastrophic climate change, accepting that we are already seeing massive impacts already. Option 2, you hold the view that we are in a deep crisis and the window of opportunity is fast closing, but it's within human capability, ingenuity, and creativity to broaden that window and move us away from the suicidal path that humanity currently is on. And option 3, if I can ask the permission of our international guests, if I might state option 3 in my not very good Afrikaans, but I assure you, you will understand what the option is, even if you don't speak Afrikaans. So option 3 is, ons is deep, deep, deep in the kak, okay, where it's too late. So with the permission, can I ask, and if people who are online can put their answers in the chat, how many of you hold the view that no reason to panic? Please raise your hands. And chairperson, if you can tell me what the indication is at the end. How many of you hold the view of option 2? That we are in a crisis, but we can turn things around. Okay. How many of you are option 3? That our political and business leaders have left things far too late and we are heading towards extinction. So if my eyesight serves me right, there is nobody voted for option 1, but we were split between option 2 and option 3, and it would appear more people were of option 2. So let me start by making the first most important point, that in the moment of history that we find ourselves in, pessimism is a luxury we simply cannot afford. And the pessimism that justifiably emerges from our analysis, our lived experiences, and our observations can, must, and should be responded to by the optimism of our thought, our action, our creativity, our courage, and our sense of humanity. So how does culture respond to the fact that we have been consistently failing to address what the science has been asking us to do, right? What we have, if I might pose another question to the audience, how many of you know what percentage of the problem of climate change is driven solely by fossil fuels, that is oil, coal, and gas? Okay, anybody wants to shout an answer? Maybe I can hear it. So 85% plus is the driver of climate change. But think about this. We have been going to these climate negotiations for more than almost 30 years now. And even though fossil fuels is the main cause of climate change, it took us 28 years before fossil fuels could even be mentioned in the outcome document of a COP gathering. That's like Alcoholics Anonymous holding 28 years of conferences before they can get the courage to mention alcohol in the outcome document. So why have we been failing and how can culture assist? So imagine this image, if I can be very simple, right? You go to work, you come back home from work, you open the door, and you see that there's water dripping from your, coming out of your bathroom. As you pass the kitchen, you pick up a mop, and you go to the bathroom, you open the bathroom, and you say, oh, I've left the stopper in the bath, and the water's been dripping and it's overflowed. What do we do first? Do we start mopping the water first, or we shut the tap? So basically, I just want to make this point that the world of arts and culture is pushing globally and in South Africa in the direction of saying we have to shut the flow of fossil fuels as fast as it's humanly possible. We do not address the problem of climate change if we don't stop investing in new fossil fuel projects and start phasing out in the fastest possible timeline. Now, I want to answer the question in a very personal way. Most of you probably, if you've heard my name, will know I'm a boring, lifelong activist from the age of 15. I've run big institutions like Greenpeace and Amnesty and so on. But after Archbishop Desmond Tutu passed, our son, Ricky Rick, sat his mum and I down. For those of you who don't know, elsewhere he was a popular rapper and hip-hop artist, and he says to us, I need to tell you something. You guys are really not good at what you'll do because you have been fighting for human rights, democracy, gender equity, sustainability since you were teenagers. And when I look at the world, it's all moving in the wrong direction. So why don't you chill, spend more time with us than you should have spent when you were unsuccessfully running around the world trying to save it. So I say to him, why is it that we are failing? He said, because climate activism and all forms of activism aims all your messages and the narratives at the brain, and you'll ignore the heart, the body, and the soul. And if we understand deeply our own history, the worst policy statement of apartheid was about education, right? Where when Vervoort said blacks should never be shown the greener pastures of education, they should know that the station in life is to be users of water and drawers of wood, right? And so when we look at our own struggle and the role arts and culture played in us being able to make it possible for people that had been deprived of education to participate, it was absolutely, absolutely critical. So to conclude my comments, why is it that we need culture and arts to be mobilized? But let me say this first. I am not suggesting mobilizing the power of arts and culture alone will deliver us salvation from the climate crisis and the intersecting crisis. However, what is clear to those of us who have been building a global movement called the Global Artivism Movement, and all of you are invited to join globalartivism.org, what we have found is that failure to harness the power of arts and culture almost guarantees that we'll fail because we will not be able to reach the large numbers of people that we need to for two reasons: to put pressure on our governments and businesses to move much faster than they are showing the ability to move. But also we need to understand that our young people are suffering today from eco-anxiety and climate anxiety and the rise of inequality and corruption and all of those things that are depression-inducing. And mobilizing arts and culture to create opportunities for people to participate and so on is also going to be an antidote to the despair that is going to come from climate impacts that we are seeing in every part of the world right now because our leaders failed to act in an earlier period. The second most powerful contribution that the world of arts and culture can give us is they can help us imagine worlds yet to be born. Because we, those of us like myself, who have been around for a long time, are contaminated by bad experience, right? We need the vision of young people, especially to look at these old problems with new lenses and to bring new solutions. And what history has shown in many struggles, that one of the most important contributions that the world of arts and culture makes is to help us imagine things that are yet to be created. So the society that we need to create is not one that's built on brutal capitalism as we have right now. We need to have a more economic, and let's be very clear, climate change just doesn't happen as a problem. It's a failure of our economic system, our energy system, our transport system, our food system, and more. And we must not delude ourselves into thinking that we're going to address the problem of climate change by just rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic while humanity sinks. We have to understand that we have to make some significant changes, but the good news is all the changes that we need to make, for example, to go back to good food, to go back to traditional vegetables that colonialism wiped out, including here in South Africa, to recover some of the efforts to wipe out cultural pillars that kept our community strong. So let me end by saying that we should take comfort in the fact that, as we heard from our brilliant panelists who spoke before me, that even though there was such an effort to wipe out language, culture, and so on, today, when we look at the problem of climate change, ancient wisdom, indigenous knowledge, and harnessing the full power of agriculture is going to be critically necessary. And I end by saying, year in, year out, we've been going to the climate negotiations called the COP, calling for a fab deal. Not a fabulous deal, but a fair, ambitious, and binding deal. But year after year after year, what we've been getting is a flab deal, F-L-A-B, full of loopholes and bullshit, right? And what is needed right now, and next year, that's where my energies are, is driving the negotiations for a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty that will be negotiated outside of the UN system by those countries that are serious, just as we did with the landmine treaty, and then we will bring it within the UN system. So I would say to you, yes, we must use the COP because that's the best we have, but recognize that given that the COP has not delivered what humanity needed, we would be stupid to put all our eggs in that basket, and that is why we need to have a binding treaty where governments, like they signed up for nuclear non-proliferation, that they do. Thank you so much, and thank you for all the efforts, and I'm really, really pleased to be part of a movement that harnesses the power of arts and culture to help boring activists like myself to communicate more effectively and more impactful to the largest number of people possible, people who have been spectators but need to be a central part of finding the solutions on climate change. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Naidu. I couldn't agree with you more that really it is a movement. And I think we all have a part to play in it. I'm not sure how I'm doing on time, Mr. Matip, not good at all. Okay, can we maybe take a few questions before we then wrap it? Okay, I've noted a hand in front of me, gentleman with a yellow cap, and there's another one at the back, that side, and then the other one from Mr. Tinyiko. Sorry. Are there any hands online? I'm not seeing anything. Okay, so there's one. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5. Was there another one? I'm just going to do one round of questions, ladies and colleagues, because Mr. Rufus Matiba is going to push me here if I don't leave the stage. So the gentleman here can maybe start. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Thanks to the panel, and thanks for the passion from the online speakers as well. I think more generic questions and comments. I think for one, I want to acknowledge what Prof was saying around our sensitivity towards the sign languages and making sure that I have people that are deaf, I have people that are blind in my organization, and I'm very sensitive to how we, as people who are in leadership, respond to their needs in general. That's the first thing I want to acknowledge what Prof said earlier on. And I hope that during the course of the rest of the year, that we become sensitive to those things as well in terms of accommodating that. The comment is around how do we then, if we are not using digitization, how do we make sure that we keep our culture, because we know that we are an oral kind of culture in terms of the African continent. If we don't make use of the digitization process, what are the alternatives in terms of archiving our products and keeping them going for future generations, especially with our languages being under threat? And I will leave others, but my last point is, why is it that we are not using G20 to actually be an example? Why are we in Cape Town? Why are we not in the rural areas? Why are we not using reusable energy to host all of this? You know, why are we here in a place that does not comply to what we are trying to preach? You know, because the money that we're using to be here, we could make sure that our rural communities where more natural means and ways of doing things could be used, like all the speakers were alluding to in terms of our culture, so that we leave these things that we are here to theorize about, and we make sure that the people that are coming in from outside actually realize that we can actually do these things in our rural communities. Because then we would also, in terms of sustainability, be practicing what we preach practically at the current moment by moving most of these things. My friends in Umtata at the OR Tambo municipality were complaining to me yesterday when I said to them, I'm coming here. And they're asking me, but Lungile, why is nothing happening in our area? Why is nothing happening in the rural areas? So I'm challenging you, sir, and also the other DDGs that are here to say, let's rethink how we do some of these things and make sure that we practice what we are here to preach. Thank you.
I'd appreciate if when people take a question or raise a comment, if they can just say who they are and where they're from, so we get a sense of, you know, the representation in the room. Thank you. Just for it's always good to know.
Lungile Jacobs, I'm the chairperson of the Music Sector 6, which looks at preservation and promotion of music, popular music in the country. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jacobs. The second hand was, that's not the second hand, but like the second hand. There was a lady at the back. Where is she now? Yes. I think there was somebody behind you that I had acknowledged. Maybe they have left. Okay, they're gone. We move to the third hand. Mr. Lebo, thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Charlie Mapunchane Mulepo. I'm the president of LIASA, which is Library and Information Association of South Africa. It's a SAQA professional body for librarians. Mine it's really a comment and probably a question to Inkosi Mavuso in terms of how can we, as a country, probably pull together and bring back those customs. Because also when I was growing up, fortunately, while I'm born in Northern Sotho, Kimupedi, but my parents, my father was a minister, so he started his ministry in KZN and married Mastole in KZN. So I grew up in KZN, and there were a lot of traditions that I've seen that they were doing. Like, for instance, there were certain things that you would not do during summer, you know, whether unveiling of tombstones or doing a ritual of kupula umuntu, because then it's going to affect the rainy season. So the chiefs used to, when you have to do something, you had to go and get permission from the chief. And because now there were those advisors, they would then advise what is the correct time of doing certain things. So, which then goes back to what Inkos has raised around the issue of initiations. That it's strange. I also saw it now, fortunately, because like I was saying, when I grew up, obviously in KZN there were no initiations. But when my father moved over to the then Transvaal, then we came across the Debeles. It's like there are years, there are specific years and specific months for their initiation, and it works. One last thing again is that in our tradition you would have seen the use of manure instead of fertilizers, and now our land is in this fashion because of the fertilizers, and whereas in terms of indigenous knowledge, they would know how to use animal waste to make the land fertile. So obviously as a librarian, we are custodian of knowledge, but the knowledge, it's not there in writing nor in video or whatever. So what I'm thinking is that we need to work around the clock. Maybe the SWIP project, that professor was alluding to, could be used as one of the tool where we would then try and bring those things to the fore. Because when people read about it and know about them, some of them will try and do it the correct way. Because you can hear from social media when they discuss, people want to do the right things in the right way. It's just that they don't know. Thank you.
I'm going to ask the third and the fourth speakers or questions to come through. I know it's an unfair ask, but if we can please try and keep our questions short and sweet and concise. Thank you. The lady in the braids, if you can raise your question. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Philiswa Diane Makai, and I work for Wildlife Works, which is a company that ensures the safekeeping of indigenous spaces across Africa as well as in Europe. My question is to Professor Langa. Thank you so much for your speech. I enjoyed it thoroughly, as well as everyone across the floor. It has been informative, as well as Dr. Naidu. But I heard you speak about digitalization and your department working tirelessly to ensure that we keep our languages and we try as much as we can to pass them down to the youth. Is this then not an opportunity and a chance for your department to actually have a bottom approach instead of what looks like a top approach? And this I would mean by actually introducing our languages through education in schools from primary level, secondary, as well as universities. Because what is happening right now is we want to digitalize the languages, but how many people have actual access to the spaces in which your department is trying tirelessly to upkeep and to ensure that we have access to? That's just that. And then another thing is, we are in a meeting communicating in English, whereas if I were in Europe, I'd be speaking in my native language, which is isiZulu, and everyone around would be getting some sort of an interpretation. Why can't we do that?
Thank you, Ms. Philiso. Then the last hand next to you.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Viwe Ndamase. I'm the mayor that Chief Mabusa kept on referring to. I'm the mayor of Yande local municipality in the Oratamo district in the Eastern Cape. I think the problem with us as African people is allowing the notion that everything that is African is backward and everything that is Eurocentric is advanced and is what we must consume in our lifestyle. I think the problem starts there. Because it's not true that Africans were not getting sick and there were no African doctors and there were no medicines to cure us from different diseases that affected us. And it's not true that we never had a religion as African people. So the moment we accepted everything that is Eurocentric and undermined everything that is Afrocentric, that's where our problem started. I want to get closer to what Chief Mafosa was saying. There are phrases in our own African languages that can never be interpreted in English, just because culture and language are interrelated and interconnected. So the moment we are still consuming, I always say there's no country that has developed using a foreign language. You are looking at Chinese, the number one economy today, they are using their mother language. So the problem with us African people, we are more of consumers than people who want to create their own, their own cultural products. Just to touch base on the relations between the climate, the climate and culture, I think Ongosma Voso, they've got a lot to do in terms of educating our own African communities, because if you look at the case study at Semtata, it's because those people undermined indigenous knowledge, because their forefathers never put up houses on the floodlines. But the current generation is squandering every piece of land for purposes of human settlements, and there's no one who bothers about what food are we going, where are we going to produce food? Everyone is excited about human settlements, putting up houses, but there's no one who's thinking, why can't we, where are we going to produce food from? So we are doing away with our indigenous knowledge that has sustained us as African people up until this day. That's where the problem lies. It's not a question, but I wanted to provoke more than ask questions. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Viwendamas. Those are the only questions, right? That was the last one. This one is a scope creep, but it's fine. We'll take it.
Thank you, Chairs, for allowing me to also contribute to the discussion. I'm Bevan Shelton. I'm also, let me just put it bluntly because the name of the organization is quite long. I'm the chairperson for folk music, for the Folk Music Board in South Africa. It's an extension of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, one of the clusters that has just been created by the Honorable Minister. All right, Chair, just a few things. I think, let me start by addressing what Dr. Kumi was alluding to. Yes, we have to find alternative sources of energy. The current one that receives a lot of attention happens to be solar power. The unfortunate thing about solar power is that solar panels are utilized. Now, solar panels present a major danger to the environment at its end of life. So that is the one thing that we have to seriously look at when we speak about coming up with alternative energy. So that's the one. The other one that I would like to address is also the fact that Nkosi spoke about the initiation schools. Unfortunately, I can understand probably where this comes from. The severe economic pressure on our people in the rural communities where these initiation schools are. They face serious financial challenges, and that is why I would say they come up with initiation schools anywhere, at any given time, and it's unregulated. And I think legislation is the one thing that will be able to curb and curtail that particular problem that South Africa is facing, so that we don't lose our youngsters who go for circumcision. Then the other thing that he also mentioned is the fact that the disposable sanitary pads and also the sanitary, the nappies, the disposable ones, those are the ones that really cause a severe pressure on the environment and also on whatever we as humans consume. It's unfortunate that these things, or these companies who produce these things, are severely encouraged, whereas we do have people who are busy producing reusable sanitary towels, sanitary, also nappies and so on. I'm one of those. We are now in that space where we manufacture the actual sanitary pads that are reusable. There's a lifespan of about 2 years. And also it is biodegradable material that we are using. So government needs to start, or governments need to start looking at these alternatives as opposed to what is currently in the market. The other thing is the challenge that we face in South Africa is that the CETAs that have been appointed by government are not doing what they're supposed to be doing. You find that people, who, like for instance, the manufacturing of these sanitary pads, my company also have FPN CETA accreditation. When we apply for funding from the CETAs to actually train people and school them on how to manufacture these things, you find that there's no help coming from government. We've got to do everything out of pocket. Also, you find that corruption contributed to this because you find people who don't own a needle or a machine phoning you, asking you to train their people, and they have 100 learnerships, but they don't own anything to actually produce. So the vetting process of how these things are awarded needs to be, because this is a massive interlinked problem that we are facing in South Africa. So it's not only pinpointing one particular issue and say this is the solution. We've got to really look at legislation, because ultimately that is what will bring us to our sane minds again as South Africans and as the world, I guess. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. For somebody who's crept into, the Q&A, you two. Anyway, thank you for all those questions. I'm going to ask perhaps Prof. Langa Mavuso and Prof. Langa Khumalo, and between you, Prof. Loli or Botshabelo, Kanda or Kumi for that matter, to respond to some of the questions. One, I think it speaks to perhaps all of you, the one of alternatives for archiving. I think it was the first question that was raised, and he used language as an example and the fact that they're eroding. So what are the alternatives? I think any one of you can jump into that one. And then in the one on digitalization, I think it was directly directed to you, Prof. Langa Khumalo. So in no particular order, I will ask you to please respond to the comments and questions.
Ladies first. Well, I was the first one to speak. Thank you, our program director, and thank you for the questions and the comments. Indeed, with the little time that we do have sitting here, and probably between myself and Professor Langa would have indicated that starting the issues at grassroots level, at lower levels, rather than doing the bottom-up approach, or the up-bottom approach, is that how we work with the SADILA, that is the center that is directed by Professor Langa Khumalo. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with the COPAL, the Community of Practice for the Teaching of or in African Indigenous Languages. So all public universities, 26 public universities are involved in that and work with communities. So what we then do, we then communicate and liaise with the communities when they approach us and interact with them at that level. And then whatever we capture, and we're creating terminologies and key concepts in our African indigenous languages. Those key concepts that we create, they are standardized by the Pan South African Language Board. Once they're standardized so that there's uniformity, there's consistency all over the country, then we then capture them. Because we are in oral culture, as you rightfully say that, they are digitized and then put as in a repository. And that is what Professor Langa Khumalo's department is doing. He doesn't just come out and then say that, do this. So we people on the ground and work with people that come up and say that, you know what, what do you call this? Then we say this is not, you will say iflawa, I would say imbali, I would say bali, and so on. Then we take them and then we capture them, we work with them, and then we digitize, and then we archive that as an oral culture, so that then we can then keep that. And let me also then take the comment on that. Absolutely, I couldn't agree with you more with regards to the deaf community. As the Pan South African Language Board and also as the language people, we know when in South Africa, when we have a family meeting, there is always an insert where we'll provide for sign language interpreting. And would also then advocate for that, we then do that. But maybe then in a nutshell, maybe just 3 points that I want to say that, you know, the impact that this gathering then have is that revitalizing our languages, and because we are in South Africa, our South African languages can then help assist in preserving technology, ecology, and knowledge. So we need to do that. That is one part. And then the second part is that in terms of the finances, when we do find that we need to fund the communities that deal with languages, or to the communities that deal with the cultures, and preserve everything that they take, all those projects, we then need to fund them. And then lastly is that we then need, how do we then mobilize and ensure that what we are discussing here, the G20 and the champion is preserving our languages, and we embrace our diversity, because without that, then we won't be able then to take the processes further. So let me then take pause, and I hope that I've addressed some of the issues that were raised. I thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Loli. I think there's also an opportunity, perhaps during tea time, some of the participants here who can ask questions if you are still around. And then Prof. Langa, Prof. Ingosi, okay, thank you.
Sorry. Chair, thank you very much. And thank you for the questions, and particularly your questions, Pelisa. And I'll probably ask the organizers to share my presentation, because my presentation was looking at the interpolation between language, culture, and climate change, because language undergirds everything, as you're going to see from my response. And allow me to say this, Chair, before the advent of schools in the Global South, it did not mean that we didn't process and pass knowledge. We had a thriving lifelong learning processes, and we interacted and learned a lot. But the schooling system presented a system where there is a specific location and a specific curriculum and specific subject focus areas. That's all it presented. But the telling effect of that process was the language of mediating knowledge acquisition and knowledge dissemination, which proscribed our languages. And the proscription of our languages suppressed the ways of knowing of those language speakers. So we did not bring in our worldview in the new meaning-making and knowledge production centers. That proscription, Ndabezit, meant that all that knowledge that you were sharing with us was not allowed to subsist in the new learning spaces called schools, because the curriculum did not cover that. So let me just give you an example. The way we mediated the year and climate was in the naming of our months in isiZulu. And then you get to school and you're told, oh, no, it's July. And your teacher says, this is Nizotin, July. And you know what July derives from? From Julius Caesar, renaming it from Quintilius. and it has no relation to your cosmology. But what did we call it before we went into those schooling grounds? Untuligas. It had a lot of meaning and appreciation of what happens around our world. So it was not just prescription, cutting our tongues off, and that's what both metaphorically and physically. Because right now the irony is we're complaining about English, but what language are we using? English. So the point is to take the languages back to these knowledge creation centers. The continued suppression and proscription of our languages in these training centers means we continue to suppress our ways of knowing. What Undabezita has been sharing will never be shared because it will not find itself in the curriculum. So we need to bring back our languages and the world that they represent to the new learning spaces that are called schools. Because learning was removed from a lifelong learning process to a specific location called a school. So, what this government is doing, there is something that's happening in this country that is momentous that we must embrace. The basic education, the Department of Basic Education is advancing what is called mother tongue-based bilingual education. That will undergird the learning processes in our schools. Unfortunately, the middle class, us, me and you, are the ones who are resisting the introduction of multilingualism in school. Because you think it's progress for your child not to know how to speak to you in isiZulu. In the meantime, you are actually removing your worldview in mediating the learning, the knowledge production. And yes, Honorable Mayor, you cannot innovate in any other language. You cannot. There is some, it could be another lecture, but let me sit here because I could go on, unfortunately, Chair. Can I then say the mother tongue-based bilingual education is a bottom-up approach, framework. And if we embrace it, this country will change its trajectory. We will learn differently. We will mediate with knowledge differently. We will unlock something that happens at the third trimester of a child in the mother's womb. Because during that time, the child learns the mother's language, mother tongue, in the womb. And when that happens, the cognitive capacity is different in the child from there on. So that when you say, actually, we are choosing a language for them in the classroom, what you are doing is you are cutting, for the second time, the umbilical cord of that particular child. For the second time. So, Chair, I could go on with this language question. It was not by accident that our schools came with specific languages. No, in 1945, when Winston Churchill was getting an honorary degree at Harvard after the war, he said, we have, between himself and the British and the Americans, one common language that we must work hard in spreading across the world. Because the new land that we are grabbing is not a physical space, it is the provinces of the mind. Today, the Churchillian model continues to subsist. We are proving Churchill right. That I am blabbering in English right now. Churchill is very happy. We need to go back and bring our languages to the curriculum That way, that whole worldview is going to be part of the school, and the knowledge is going to be richer. I am not suggesting that English has not done anything for humankind. It has done a lot, but it is not enough to solve human problems. We need other world views to mediate what is happening for and in and between humanity. That way we can confront our problems completely. Monolingualism is not helping us. It is not helping humanity. I sound like I'm preaching now.
Thank you. Have all the questions and comments been addressed? Yes, awesome. Thank you. Gumi? Sorry, Dr. Naidu.
On the
Sorry.
The question about it was not a comment, it was stated as a fact, and because the fact is actually not true, I just want to offer a comment. So when it was said that we need to be concerned about the end of life impacts of solar panels, absolutely, we should be concerned about end of life of every technology that actually exists. Okay, but just understand that coal, oil, and gas, from the day one that it starts generated, there are environmental consequences that are life-threatening. The other factor that we have to put into our energy considerations is, in fact, about water usage. One of the big problems we have in Southern Africa is water scarcity, and it's going to get worse, unfortunately. So we have to be also choosing energy sources that have lower dependence from a water perspective and incomparable to solar or wind, for example. I'll just conclude by saying that we need to understand that oil, coal, and gas are colonial era, apartheid era technologies. We should not be wedded to them. But more so, I want to say, in conclusion, we have to be very clear that the position that the leaders of the fossil fuel industry today occupy, and their backers in government, and sadly we have far too many backers in our own government of the fossil fuel industry, they occupy today a morally equivalent position that the slave industry did at a different moment in history. That they occupy exactly the same moral equivalency, and actually in reality the fossil fuel industry could do even more damage than the horrific damage that was done by slavery, because slavery didn't impact on everybody in the world, whereas climate change is going to impact on everybody in the world in a fundamental way. So I end by saying, please maybe embrace the notion of Albert Einstein when he said, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting to get different results. And the other wisdom perhaps is, if we are trying to address a problem, let's not use the thinking framework and logics that got us into the problem in the first place. Thank you very much.
How can we pull back those customs and traditions? Okay, Mhlekazi, it's going to be a revolution. Starting from agriculture, justice system. For instance, as a people, we would hunt game for a purpose, not for sport. You fly people from USA that have money to come and shoot our animals in the country. Our justice system was restorative than being punitive, like the one that is being promoted, the magistrate one. And even in agriculture, when we have planted, we would put on the korondaul on top seeds for the next season. But I tell you now, I'm buying seeds every year because the maize that I get, I cannot use it to plant it again. So I need to buy now and again, now and again. You see, so it is going to be a revolution. I just want to comment on the fossil fuels. Recently, there's a discovery in the east coast of the Eastern Cape of gas that perhaps we must explore because the energy sources of the country is coal. And coal is dangerous to our environment. You must drive around 4 o'clock towards Soweto and see that on top of Soweto Township, there's a cloud. So we need to change that narrative and look towards more like Sasolburg. Sasolburg was the main construction site when Sasolburg was being established. And it's a clean town that has developed. So we may explore possibilities even of gas in the country. When I stop gas society again, I'm sure you might know this book by Dr. Khubusana. It is Zemka Inkomo Magwalandini. Thank you.
And that, colleagues, was the end of our panel and beautiful conversation. I'd like to thank my panelists for a beautiful conversation that we had. Those who are here, and Kanda and Kumi who have joined us virtually. Thank you to the audience for engaging with us. We hope that we were able to deliver on the mandate that you had asked us to. I had just one thing that I was going to ask for 30 seconds, but I realized that here, we really own the time. Because I wanted to just ask each and every one of my panelists just for 30 seconds to, say what, like your call to action for the G20 meeting that's going to take place at the end of the year. 30 seconds, only, net.
30 seconds.
I'm counting.
Yeah. Look, the reality is some of the things are low-hanging, are things that we can do from today. And other things will, of course, need money. From the heritage site, perspective, if you don't do your day-to-day maintenance, which of course needs money, you might end up having a modified site, having a compromised, your site won't be authentic and so forth. And yeah, I think it's all about changing our minds and changing the way we do things. Thank you.
It's a quotation. Lift the language and lift the people.
Leverage South Africa's 2025 G20 presidency to champion linguistic diversity as a cornerstone of global solidarity and sustainability.
We need to design actionable steps. Thanks.
Thank you. Kanda?
I think I've been speaking to a number of creative industries, cultural and creative industries, organizations, and their funding is disappearing and drying up very fast. I think we can all acknowledge the benefits of a strong, diverse cultural sector to mitigate the risks of climate change. And so I think especially large national organizations need to consider supporting inclusive dialogue from the ground up for policy, and that involves supporting events in regions where funding is drying up.
Can I follow? To the G20, I would say, firstly, put arts and culture at the center of all that you do. including addressing climate change. Secondly, recognize that G20 countries are the biggest culprits in actually driving fossil fuel expansion, and that they should walk the talk and not continue to give us words without action. And lastly, I would say to the G20, the time has come for the G20 and all other governments around the world to get serious about negotiating a binding treaty to phase out fossil fuels, which is the biggest cause of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause for our panel colleagues. I think, did you organize a group photo? Yes, no? No. Okay, so we're going to have a group photo and then we leave.
that some of those systems are in place in the country. But I'm excited right now because we've just in the process of, we've developed design policies that are I know that they're gonna ensure that at the back of that, you're gonna be looking at these contributions in terms of the climate change, in terms of what is happening on the ground, in terms of the sectors. And I thank you very much.
Siyabonga, thank you so much. Now let's travel 10,000 odd kilometers to the north. Can our colleagues over online, can you guys hear us okay? I think they don't want me to talk anymore, Program Director. Thank you. I'd like to start with, we have from France, Mr. Patrick Comoy, who is the Deputy Senior Official for Ecological Transition and Sustainable Development at the French Ministry of Culture.
Hello to all. Thank you very much for having me and accommodating me in this regional panel as well. The discussions have been really very thought-provoking and really brilliantly interesting all morning. Just to explain my position, so I work from the Ministry of Culture, but we are trying to help the ministry itself, but also all cultural institutions, national museums or operas, but also private businesses in culture to become greener. So that's what we do, and I will go a bit more into that in my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I always thought that I was a ghost because that's extremely loud, so apologies for that. We then have Dr. Jobs Jopela, Executive Director, AWHF, Impact of Climate Change on Cultural Heritage Stress in Africa, a very important conversation. Dr. Jobs, if you could come through for us, please.
Thank you, Program Director, and warm greetings to all distinguished panelists and colleagues in the audience. My name is Albino Jopela, now leading the African World Heritage Fund, which is an entity, a Pan-African organization created both by Africa Union and UNESCO that seeks to provide technical and financial support to the preservation and safeguarding of, currently we have 155 World Heritage Sites across Africa. And this climate change has one of the key areas of let's say the challenges when we look into keeping the sites that are inscribed on the World Heritage List. That is one of the key areas of concern and intervention from our work, and I very much look forward to sharing some of the thoughts on the work we do across the continent. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dr. Chopela. Thank you for that, Dr. Chopela. I really appreciate your insights and thank you for being with us. Then I'd like to introduce colleagues, with your permission, Ms. Angela Martins, AU Director for Social Development, Culture and Sport, supporting culture-based climate action, very importantly, across Africa, the mother continent. Ms. Martins, over to you, please.
Thank you, Mr. Program Director. I hope you can hear me.
You perfectly, thank you.
Thank you so much. So a very good afternoon to you all. It's a great pleasure to be here. My name is Angela Martins. I work at the African Union Commission with headquarters in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Our role basically, as Mr. Moderator has explained, is to work at policy level. So we design continental policies for implementation by member states on various arts, culture, and heritage issues. And we do have some initiatives on the climate-based action in Africa for culture, and we would be happy to share with you the work that we do. Thank you so much.
Much appreciated, Ms. Martins. I'd like to finally, we left the best for last. There's a saying that goes, the universities of our children are the laps of our mothers. And I'm really honored to see that we have three powerful women voices on stage. And I think that needs to be acknowledged. So I'd like to then obviously reach out to Ms. Hindu Umaru Ibrahim, Association for Indigenous Women and Peoples of Chad, Adaptation to Climate Change, Traditional Ecological Knowledge, and Climate Change Mitigation through Strategies. What an important conversation. Over to you, please, Ms. Ibrahim.
Thank you very much for the kind introductions, and hi everyone. I'm so glad joining you online with some friends, but also wanted to send a big greeting to all the indigenous peoples of South Africa that hosting G20. And also I wanted to say thank you to the Ministry of Culture of South Africa for organizing this important event on climate and culture during this G20 commitment. So as he said, my name is Hindu Umar Ibrahim, and shortly, I'm an indigenous woman from Bororo pastoralist peoples who are nomadic and semi-nomadic around the Sahel. And I'm also an ambassador at the Chad presidency. I do follow the climate negotiation, biodiversity, and desertification, all the three Rio conventions, but mostly I do put together science knowledge and indigenous knowledge into the action on the ground for the climate reality, for the climate resilience for the communities. So glad being with you, and will be very happy to share my work with you later.
Thank you so much, and much love from the people of Mzansi, which basically means the people of the South. Every single one of you, we thank you for your time and your insights. So what we'd like to do at this point, Program Director, with your permission, and colleagues on the floor, as well as those that have joined us virtually, is give our panelists an opportunity. Some of us have prepared presentations. Could we just get a sense of who's prepared presentations? We have Luxon and we have Mr. Komoy. So there's two presentations. Can we start with the physical ones first, if that's okay, Program Director? So if you wouldn't mind taking the floor, please, Doctor. Is that your presentation on screen currently? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. And thanks, Program Director, for inviting me. Like I said, last week I was in Kruger. They showed us a lot of animals. And it addresses the point that that came from the floor that says, why don't we go to the places where these things we talk about? So the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment took us to Kruger. We were discussing about biodiversity, and we were showing our guests from G20 countries all those big 5 animals we have in South Africa. So it was a lovely event. But I also have to acknowledge that the efforts that have been put in this. So I'm going to quickly run through my presentation, and the reason I came up with these slides is to guide my discussion so that it's not all over the place. And before I start my presentation, so a lot of what I'm going to speak about today is coming from an international assessment board that leads the assessment of climate change, which is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. I am the author there. I was the author for the 6th assessment, and I'm currently also one of the authors for the 7th assessment, which is starting this year, and that report will be published in 2028. So my presentation is having 4 sections. The first one is just presenting the evidence of culture climate solutions across Africa from our IPCC work. And then the second one moves into how climate policies across the continent is including the culture climate solutions based on the evidence that we have gathered. And then the third one goes into how we can sustainably finance these culture climate solutions. We know that Some of them, they are really have potential to be scaled up, and it requires resources. And then the last slide talks about what G20 can do after we discussed all these beautiful ideas, what exactly G20 can do, what G20 can deliver. So on to the next slide. It talks about, like I said, the concrete evidence across the continent showing how culture climate solutions have really provided the opportunity for thousands of communities to adapt to climate change. And we first acknowledge that the evidence of culture climate solutions are growing across the continent. And I was happy to hear about the languages from the professor. And in our assessment, we acknowledge that language is one of the powerful tools that can be used by communities to communicate, but not just communicate, but also do some science that we call in university science. For example, the climate forecasting, we normally call it climate services. A lot of African communities across the continent, they use a lot of features to focus weather. If you go to every community, they will tell you, we know when the rains are coming, and we know whether it's going to be a good season or a bad season, based on trees, based on the moon, based on how animals behave. So that's a powerful way of forecasting weather, which the scientific board has now transformed into weather forecasting, which we now have on our phones. But it tells you that centuries ago, African communities, they knew when the rains are coming, they knew whether the season is going to be good or bad based on those features, understanding those features. And I have demonstrated with a wide range of examples of how culture climate solutions have worked in Africa. Like I said, we have seen the use of knowledge systems, the indigenous and local traditional knowledge for weather forecasting, early warning, fire management. If you go to a lot of African rural areas across the continent, they do what they call early burning. This is a way of trying to manage fire. And it's a common practice across many African countries. And like I said, technological, also we have seen indigenous related technology science, the use of drought resistant. If you look at, for example, sorghum, the growing of sorghum, it's not by default, but it's some indigenous traditional thinking that went into studying the rainfall patterns and understanding the rainfall patterns. Say, if we grow sorghum here, it should be, it should give good yields. And also way of living. If you look at evidence from East Africa, they, if you go to study about the Maasai communities, they use nomadic system of understanding that if there's going to be a drought in this place, maybe we need to move to the places where they have good rains. And if it's also a way of managing their pastures. You leave this place to replenish and then move to the next. And then when that place replenishes, they come back. So it's a way of managing stuff like droughts, which are caused by climate change. And in terms of whether these culture climate solutions are being taken up at policy level, we did a study in 2022 that discovered that one of the key policies that guide climate actions in globally, which are called nationally determined contributions, NDCs, which we know is a brainchild of the Paris Agreement of the United Nations Framework Convention for on Climate Change, UNFCCC. So in 2015, parties, they agreed to say, let's start these NDCs to make sure that every 5 years, countries commit to adaptation, mitigation, actions, goals, and strategies. And we started the first NDCs that were submitted by African countries. And we found that only 10% included culture climate solutions, things like indigenous knowledge, local knowledge, and other traditional practices like the use of drought-resistant crops, indigenous drought-resistant crops. So that tells you that we, like I said in my first slide, we have enough evidence that shows culture climate solutions work in Africa, but only 10% of the policies, especially on the NDCs, that are guiding how African countries are setting up their climate adaptation mitigation goals, strategies. So that tells you a gap already. And so what can then be done to ensure that in this discussion we include culture, climate solutions at national level policies? So one of the things that I'm proposing here, which G20 can also take up, is how do we ensure that there is co-creation and co-development? We have heard in the morning session that African communities, through those languages and everything, they are not bystanders. They actively participate in providing climate solutions. So how do we involve them in the policy, not just by consultation, but also co-creation of these policies? When a policy is being developed, instead of acknowledging that, yes, culture climate solutions are working and we should utilize or leverage on them, we need to include them in the process of developing. But also we should not end at planning level. We need to move to implementation. All these beautiful ideas that we have in the national policies for climate change, adaptation, mitigation, we need to include indigenous people, we need to include local communities across the continent. And also, according to the IPCC, it also recommends that the integration of climate change into various planning processes, into legal frameworks, it's very important for ensuring that there is progressive climate change adaptation. And if you look at it, the South Africa, I think, was it last year, they passed the climate change law. I think it was changed from the bill to the law. And if you go there and check whether culture is being referenced and in what ways, it will be interesting. So it's a homework I'm giving to all of you in the room to go back to the policies that you have and check how are we acknowledging, not just referencing, but how are we acknowledging, including, and making sure that culture climate solutions, which we have said they are working, how are we including them in our policies? And then coming to the elephant in the room, which is the finance. We know this is a bit sensitive to many African countries, and they have been pushing on international platforms, like we have heard in the morning that during the COPs of the UNFCCC, they've been strong push on needing for public financing of adaptation. And we have seen how the developments in finance, adaptation finance is happening. And there's also a strong push to include private sector. I'll comment on that, but the biggest solution to financing of climate adaptation, especially the culture-based solutions, is through public financing. And who should do that? It's a question that the international community is trying to crack and address, but we know the answers, that who is having the responsibilities. If you read the CBDR, which they're calling the Common Financial Responsibility, blah, 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 it tells you who should take the responsibility of what and what. Also on that, there is a huge gap in terms of trying to finance culture climate solutions. And this is because most of these culture climate solutions are called non-market adaptation investment. It's difficult, for example, private sector, if they put in $1 to get that dollar back, because most of these things are, there's a bit of profit is there, but it's not, it doesn't flourish compared to other sectors such as mitigation. If you look at sustainable renewable energy, solar, if investor put in their dollars, the cash in a solar project, there is a big chance that if they work with ESCOM, they would then get their money invested. But if you look at culture, climate solutions, it's difficult to do that. And that has got given or present a lot of challenges in trying to mobilize sustainable finance towards the culture climate solutions. And so given all these challenges of trying to pull the resources together, we then move into what the development banks, the regional development banks can do. And examples of these regional development banks include the African Development Bank, also some international institutions that also fund culture climate solutions. And I have posed this question, and I said African Development Bank, African Finance Corporation, FC, and the African Financial Alliance and Climate Change. These are the key bodies that provide finance or that can mobilize the resources for implementation of culture climate solutions. But how many of these are here today? Do we have any representative from the AFDB, Green Climate Fund? All those international organizations that provide culture climate solutions, the money is for implementation of this. So that tells you that somehow there is a disconnect between what's happening in one room to another, because they should be in this room also participate in the conversations on how we can ensure that we can sustainably finance the culture climate solutions. Because at the end, whatever we propose here, it requires funding. And we want to scale up these beautiful ideas on culture climate solutions, but it's difficult if there are no resources. So that gap has to be bridged. Also, if you look on the role of research, we have heard from UNESCO. Like I said, I'm coming from the IPCC, which is an authoritative board that assesses climate change literature and gives solutions to the governments. They also have a key role in ensuring that they conduct robust research, which can then inform, be it private sector, be it these multilateral funding institutions, how they can invest in culture climate solutions. And lastly, what G20 can do. We know that the G20 holds so much power. And just for a quick background, G20, it has got, I think, collectively, 85% of the global GDP is under G20. Over 80-something% of the world population is under G20. So that tells you that with collective voice, collective agreement, G20 can change things. So through international cooperation, G20 can promote the sustainable financing, implementation, and scale up of culture climate solutions. And also, I was happy to hear from last week when all the G20 country members, invited countries, they all recognize that we should uphold the new climate quantified goal, which is they're calling the NCQG, which is trying to increase the mobilization of funds for implementation of adaptation, mitigation actions. And with one strong voice, G20 countries can ensure that culture climate solutions receive enough, maximum, sufficient finance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zvokpo. You remind me a lot of the wisdoms that Nkosi Mavuso was sharing with us earlier. in saying that, especially to these oligarchs and multinationals that come here to our spaces with dead seed, ingeke, not on our turf. So in Nkosi Mavuso, I think what Dr. Zokbokbo has said has just amplified very much what you were saying, and the good Professor Kumalo as well. So siyabonga for that, my brother. I'd like to then move to Mr. Komoy, who is also doing a presentation online, if I'm not creating difficulty for our technical people. Could we have Mr. Komoy's presentation, please? Thank you.
Do I need to share my screen, or will it be done from the room?
I think a screen share might be worthwhile, sir. Thanks.
Okay. Do you see that?
That's perfect. Thank you.
Right. So this is quite this from a different perspective, of course, from the previous presentation. It's on carbon mitigation. I think it's been said very adequately in the previous panel that countries, especially countries from the north, need to not only talk the talk but also walk the walk on climate mitigation and carbon mitigation. So, of course, France has a strong commitment under the Paris Agreement, and we have what we've done so far, what my country has done so far, has been to focus on the big emitting sectors. So that would be transport, agriculture, and so on, housing. But now we're going into more detail, and also other sectors, maybe smaller business sectors, are also called to also take action. And so that would be the case for culture. And so to do that, we of course need to have a picture of what is the actual carbon footprint of culture. And there has been work on that, but I think it's more detailed now. And so we have a clear picture. So I want to share with you what we've been trying to do on that. So first, maybe just as a general landscape, we are lucky because we have a broader framework beyond culture that helps us do that. The first thing that we have, and it's really useful, is that we have a good database on what is the footprint of various activity. If you use this transport, what will be the footprint, and so on. We also have a standard method of calculation that has been established by the Ministry of Ecology. So we have a how to calculate, but we need, of course, to know where are the emission factors in culture. It also is compulsory for a large institution, and that includes very big institutions. I put on the screen the big science museum in Paris. They have to calculate their carbon footprints regularly. So they are doing that, and the ministry is pushing them to do it for culture. So that gives a picture, but of course it's a picture for big institutions, not small institutions. So that's where we have tried to step in. We've done that maybe in two ways. So the first one has been to support benchmarking, because of course we think it would be absurd. We have hundreds of thousands of very small cultural businesses and institutions in the country. So it doesn't make sense that they all calculate their footprint. That's a waste of time and money, and they will have a very similar footprint than the similar institution. So we have been supporting benchmarking, which is, of course, saving time and money. Also, it means that each sector, maybe museums or stage and so on, are collaborating together to have their sectoral footprint, which is also a good space. It creates a space to discuss sectoral change, sectoral mitigation. So we've done that so far. I've put this first example because I think it's very relevant to G20 discussions, because it's recording music, a very international business by nature. And so, of course, in recording music, the impact is mostly the digital platforms. The impact of everything else is only 3%. So, of course, in that case, we feel from my country that it's important that we have this discussion with digital platforms to know how they are are trying to mitigate and at least to what they do for decoupling their economic growth, because they are a growth sector, from their carbon footprint. Another cultural sector where we have been progressing is what we call creation. So it's performing arts and visual arts. We now have a full picture of the impact of that sector in my country. It's important. I mean, the footprint of performing arts mostly, and also visual arts, is 1.3% of the overall carbon footprint of the country, of France. So it's twice the impact of domestic air flights, or it's a third of the footprint of the digital industry. So it's not insignificant, and it's not counting other parts of the cultural sector, heritage, museum, and so on. I will go to that in a minute. So again, that makes a point that they should act. They have to mitigate. They have a share in our carbon footprint, so we should have a share if we want to reach carbon neutrality. And of course, it's important to know where are the main impacts. So as you see, we knew that we have a clearer picture. The mobility of audience is important. So mobility of freight and artists is also important. Purchases that can be food, especially, has an impact, and so on. So we have a clearer picture, and we have a detailed picture by type of stage, for instance, because it's different depending on the kind of art that you stage and where you stage it as well. So benchmarking has been one approach. The other one has been obligation. In the movie and audiovisual industry, the funding institution, which is National Center for Cinema, CNC, has made it mandatory since last year. If they want to receive funding, public funding, for all production to measure. They measure before and they measure after production, which means, of course, that if they see before that there is a strong impact, there is maybe an incentive, at least a moral incentive to mitigate, to do less, to reduce their potential footprint. So to do that, CNC provided a free of charge carbon calculator, very simple Excel spreadsheets basically, but it's an obligation. If you don't provide the spreadsheet of your carbon footprint, you won't receive public money for your movie, your series, and so on. We will have, because we are doing it production by production, we then very soon have a full picture for the whole sector. As we have now for stage art or for recorded music. Maybe what's next for France? Well, we have done that for certain cultural sectors. We think it's important to do it for the whole of culture. So we are now working on heritage, museums, and library. And by 2026, we should have the same detailed picture, granular picture, like if you're a small museum in a rural area, what is it? If you're a medium-sized museum in a big city, what is it, and so on. Libraries, very important institution, the same. So we will be developing same approach. We think it's very important to develop strategies for cooperations among cultural actors, and of course, having the footprint is a start for that, as I mentioned before. Once you have the footprint, there is a strong incentive for us, public institutions, to create a conditionality, an eco-conditionality. Of course, this can be organized in very various ways. It can be an incentive, a conditionality to measure, as is already the case in cinema. It could be a conditionality that if you do better, you get more money, or on the reverse, if you don't do enough, you will get less money. For now, it's mostly been a bonus approach, but in many sectors, it's compulsory. Maybe the point there is to share what experience has been and where we think it's important for other countries with different perspective on another continent. It's an Africa panel. Also to do first to make use of what is already there. We will be sharing our footprints, calculators, and so on. First, of course, with European colleagues to not duplicate, but of course we can do that with other partners in other continents, and so that we don't start from zero each time. It's very important to shortcut the development of such tools. It's very important to have very easy use, free of charge tools, but it's possible. like very simple spreadsheets to give a very simple, clear picture very quickly. The factors of carbon impact are not that many in cultural institutions. So once you know the 10 or 20 factors that you want to measure, it's fairly easy. And of course, the picture is not going to be greatly different from one institution to the next, as I said. So, of course, once you have the picture in a few institutions, you should. It's very positive to share it to across the sector, across the cultural, across businesses in the same industry, same cultural industry, so that they have an idea. Incentivization is important, but it should go slowly because, of course, it can break. It's not very simple to change, especially cultural institutions are small. Sometimes they don't have much funds or much resources generally. So it's important to make it easy for them to move into more sustainable ways. So we're very much trying to do that. I will keep it at that. I hope it's helpful in this panel and generally to the discussion in the G20. We are very, very grateful to the South African presidency for pushing this topic of culture and climate. We think it's of great importance for many reasons. I've pushed aside of that it's a business sector that needs to change, but of course it's also a sector that can help move minds and hearts to and make it possible for our society to envision its climate sustainable future. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and more generally, thank you very much for this great care for this important topic.
Thank you so much, Mr. Komoi. Thank you for reminding me, colleagues. Thank you so much, Mr. Komoi, for that. I think a key takeaway would be how do we now build those conversations. I sit amongst giants and really very influential people in the creative arts and the culture sectors in this room as well as virtually. So the question then is how do we build these intercontinental connections, and that would be a really good takeaway from this. I believe that would be all of the presentations, Program Director. Are there any other presentations that we need to be aware of, or is that all of it? I understand that's all of it, hey? Okay, so colleagues, I'd like to perhaps open a conversation, and hopefully a very juicy one with your permission, by just focusing in on what this panel has come together to discuss. And it reads, Developing and Supporting Culture-Based Climate Action. So my question to the panel is, how do we do that from the perspective of the lived First Nation experience? And I'd like to perhaps call upon Dr. Tembeka to go first, and then we can go to our online panelists. Would you like me to move to the online panelists first? Okay, no problem. Dr. Chopela, how do you feel? Would you like to throw your thoughts in the ring with regard to my question? How do we make it a lived experience?
Yes, thank you, Program Director. And if I may, I would like just to show some of when we talk of World Heritage Sites, what is it that we actually look like. So if I could just share my screen while I share my thoughts, if that's okay.
We're very excited to see your screen, sir. Apologies for the echo.
Okay, so just wanted to... Okay, I hope you can see my screen. So one has I indicated in my initial intervention, at the African World Heritage Fund, we help communities, African state parties to look after the selected sites that were inscribed on the UNESCO World Heritage List by virtue of being considered of outstanding universal value. And this basically ranges from wide considerations from, for instance, an outstanding testimonial of a struggle and resistance that is Robben Island, to one of the most developed centers of urbanism in Southern Africa and the development of urbanization across the African continent, that is Great Zimbabwe, but also the expressions of the other more intrinsic values within the African cultures and traditions. So what we basically see from the point of view of the experience of the African World Heritage Fund is that we look across, although we are looking at specifically 155 sites currently inscribed, but basically there's a more of a representation of the continent's stories that are carved in stones, sacred groves, and which are also woven into earthen walls and many, many places of living traditions. But then, as previous panelists have also indicated, and very succinctly, the issues on climate change has been one of the most significant threats that we see, and when it comes specifically to World Heritage, as we heard from panelists before, the debate on basically not only what the impact is of the changing climate on culture and its heritage, but also on the consideration that within the African context, there is no such division between nature and culture. So even places that are inscribed under the World Heritage Convention, such as the Musi-Atunya Victoria Falls, as a natural site, it is well known that for the local communities, those are basically sacred landscapes of many other cultural values. So it is indeed a cultural space. And it is not only widely agreeable that those are places that not only as the saying goes, that when heritage disappears, so does memory, and with memory the identity. The concern for their preservation in the face of climate change has been basically what has been basically guiding not only the actions within the framework of UNESCO and specifically the 1972 Convention, but also the framework of the activities of the fund. So we focus more, and this is from where we derive our experience, on four main sort of climate actions when we look into culture-based climate solutions. One of the key difficulties, and this is related to the first point, is the climate risk assessment. So within the framework of World Heritage, we are very conversant, or site managers, national focal points are very conversant with the language of outstanding universal value, OUV. However, how does the change of climate really impact on the attributes that convey that outstanding universal value? That has been one of the issues, one of the weaknesses in just having the basic starting point, which is the understanding of the impact of the changing climate on heritage. And then the second area of intervention as then relates to the adaptation frameworks in order to build resilience. So as we look into nomination of sites to World Heritage listing, but also the development of management conservation plan, disaster risk plans, all of that has to be sort of like imbued in this framework looking into adaptation. We also look and has with the adoption of the policy on the integration of climate change within the convention, we have also now looked more into the issues of mitigation, that basically how do we cut emissions and protect carbon sinks, such as some of the sites that we've just saw, to the last of the fourth action, which forms more on capacity building, knowledge sharing, and awareness, as basically on the vision of how do we make culture and heritage the pillars in this sort of like set of response. So in relation to this, throughout our programs with capacity building and advocacy, we basically look into different areas which are quite relevant now if we are looking into what is it that we would then consider, what G20 should consider. For instance, within the realm of adaptation and resilience, as it has also been mentioned here, the inclusion of indigenous and local knowledge in climate governance, which is one of the areas that we've actually managed to look and have quite significant examples on how traditional management systems within World Heritage sites, let's say in the Mijakenda Kayas in Kenya, or even in Mount Mulanje in Malawi, how do they actually contribute and to mitigation of the impacts of climate change. And what we're now seeing that the gap is now the integration of those traditional management systems into the national adaptation plans, the loss and damage frameworks, as well as early warning. The same one could talk of, let's say, the side of Mauritania when we look into regenerative cultural landscapes and vernacular architecture, for instance. So the promotion of those, not only the earthen, stone, and timber, lime-based traditional techniques, but also how they have actually been essential in cutting the cooling demand and heat stresses in a rapidly urbanizing region. So if one looks across the World Heritage landscape in Africa and what the representation that we have is not only, and here I'm only focusing on the culture side because of the nature of this gathering, but we are not only looking into the preservation of culture and identity, but also how the intangible heritage is for disaster risk reduction, for instance, is also put in place, but also the culture-led social protection and cohesion that are also imbued in the site. So in a nutshell, one would actually say, as we look in this gathering to the African heritage from the point of view only looking on the culture side, that we are not looking at relics of the past as is often understood, but we are more and more realizing that we're looking more also into engines of climate solution. So the issue which my previous speakers have also mentioned on the issue of funding, so that there has to be a deliberate intentional funding of and scaling of those points and proven culture-based solution, which we can actually see in across a number of World Heritage sites across Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that, Dr. Chopela. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, yes. I think what you remind me of is, the often said mistruth when imperialists go marauding across the continent and the world and claim that, oh, there's nobody there. And the reality and the realization is we have everything. We had identified air conditioning as you just indicated. This whole new thing about net zero, we've got it. The indigenous system, come and look at Zulu beehive huts, for example, Yabon. So all of these things are already endemic to the way First Nations deal with things. I think the difference between that mindset, which wants to carve everything up for the benefit of a few, and First Nation and Indigenous systems, which embraces the good of all, is the fundamental schism, I think, very much. But I think we've heard enough from the male voices in the room. We want our women leaders now to take the floor. With your permission, we're going to have the women leaders kindly take the conversation forward for us. And I'm sure many of you are dying to hear from Ms. Ibrahim. So if I can start with you, please, Ms. Ibrahim. My question to you is, when we're talking about indigenous systems and such like, could you please share some wisdoms of traditional ecological knowledge? Over to you, Ms. Ibrahim. Do we still have her on the line?
Sure, yes, I'm online if you're hearing me. Super. No, thank you very much for the questions, and thank you also for the previous presentation that really helped to set the scene. So for me, as a indigenous woman coming from nomadic and semi-nomadic peoples in the Sahel, we already cultivated a lot of way of living in harmony with nature. As we are all nature, for us as humanity, we are only one piece of nature among the others. So under the climate international negotiations and the domestic policies, most of the peoples consider that climate change from a technological point of view. But the conversation cannot be limited to only the technology, to the best of it to fix the climate or that is harm the climate. No. Climate change is not only this debate, it is a question of culture that reflect the relationship with nature. And as indigenous peoples, we have a very different view of these solutions. So our life is so deeply connected to this nature, and we protected the environment, not only a decision to making from the Paris Agreement or from the Kunming-Montreal biodiversity. Protecting nature is the heart of our culture, our value, our knowledge, our way of life. It is our identities. Worldwide, indigenous peoples protect richest remaining biodiversity as savannas, ice cap, tundra, coral, desert, mountain, or forest. And we always protect those ecosystems from our cultural way, wisdom, and ancestral knowledge. Our whole economy are based in a principles of transmitting healthier ecosystem to our children, and as all our grandparents done that for us. And you see that on the result, more than 80% of the world's biodiversity is protected by indigenous peoples. Our soil are capturing carbon, and for more productions that all the so-called it maybe the modern agriculture, our traditional one is really the one who are capturing the carbon on the soil. Our fresh water is more pure. We don't need to buy water from the bottles. And the trees are giving us food and the best pharmacy for our medicine. So for all that relationship with the nature, we have these concrete solutions. And we do not need artificial intelligence to help us fix these complex problems. All what we need is indigenous intelligence and our ancestral knowledge that passes from mother to daughter, from the father to the son, that can completely compete with the best competitors that people can create actually. We have an indigenous technology to identify the sustainable way of the trees that can produce shelter and energy. We lead our cattle to the rhythm of the season. We don't need an iPhone to tell us where we have to go as Google. In the most region of indigenous peoples, we are innovators because my grandmother know more her environment than Wikipedia or than ChatGPT. She can identify a resilient crops that can ensure the food security of her peoples when it is a drought. She can also predict the weather forecast culturally with her knowledge just by observing the cloud position or the bird migrations. And let me tell you that in the nomadic communities, when you are moving from one place to another one, you don't have shelter that is pre-building. So you have to understand absolutely the weather forecast by observing what's surrounding you the best. Our cattle, the trees, the flowers, the birds. So for example, if it's going to rain in the next hour, we have to firstly look at the wind. The wind is coming from which corner? From the north, south, or south side. And if the wind is heavy, if the wind is dry, and we have to observe the little insect, the ant that people so neglecting. And that can help us immediately to say it's going to rain in the next hour. So believe me, in those knowledges that hold with our ancestors, they are so crucial for the climate solutions. And of course, with the climate change caused by the fossil fuel G20 country, we see more and more drought and extreme weather events. But indigenous technology, you can see rarely in a village that can be destroyed by the flood or hurricane, because we understand nature and we know we cannot build our shelter in a risk area. And that knowledge is not known or transmitted by an insurance expert, but it is from our grandpa and grandmother expertise. So climate change is the most important threat to the indigenous people's culture, destroying our environment and forests, destroying our sea, that where the sea level rise, and hitting my brothers and sisters from the island, and destroying the life of the communities and the future of our children. But it is also a suicide committee that destroying our best technology as indigenous people's knowledge. But so, we still have a window to act. This is the good news. We have firstly to recognize the indigenous people's rights as a distinction, as a solutions makers, not just as defining that we are a vulnerable communities, but we are a solution makers. And respecting this knowledge to our land and territories. And the policies have to be include indigenous people rights and knowledge through a national adaptation plan, through a national strategy, but also through a project and programs. And the scientists or research people like IPCC, they have also to improve their participatory approach, mostly based on instructions of the knowledge. And they have to privilege the co-productions of the knowledge and respect the intellectual property right of our communities. And of course, on the road to the COP30, we can collectively make this progress on the right and culture of indigenous peoples, because it is not only a good investment for climate, even if now, as the previous presenters also said, less than 1% is dedicated funding for communities. Support culture and communities who are acting on the ground is not only less expensive than investing in a brand new technology. It is also a super efficient for adaptation and mitigation because it is inclusive. It can help to reach a number of the peoples without discrimination. And this is why it is so crucial to continue our discussion on this topic, but also to deliver concrete results in the climate change COP30. And G20 countries must lead on that reparation of damage they caused for the world, and to use indigenous people's knowledge are really champions for climate mitigation and adaptation. I thank you for long answer to one question.
Thank you, Ms. Ibrahim. That was powerful. Hey? I'm inspired. I'm inspired. You know, the one thing, Program Director, that's a little sad is that we just don't have enough time to give all of these amazing, wonderful minds more time, hey? So perhaps we'll keep the connection. But from Mzansi to Chad, lots of love. I'd like to bring the conversation back to the floor here, Dr. Tembeka, with all of your experience in particularly, activism around pollution and degeneration of systems and such like. There are many reports from many activist organizations that we are dealing with an existential crisis when it comes to fashion and textile waste that is being dumped on our continent, particularly from the more wealthy countries. Would you mind sharing your thoughts on how we could potentially deal with this rather ominous challenge? Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleague. We all know that, I'll just give a summary of the sector and then going into the technical impact that what you're talking is really bad, because this, we're talking about pollution, the water contamination that is causing diseases, and polluted water resources, our rivers. From last year or so, 2 years ago in Durban, you couldn't swim because of what was happening at the beaches. They were closed because of what is happening here, what you're talking about. So you cannot leave the sector and let it go to do anything on its own. We've got two policies that are very important in the country that we suppose all of us to start linking on. I know that there's a master plan that has been done by the DTI, which is on clothing, textile, footwear, and leather master plan. I think it was completed in 2019, but unfortunately it's focusing on the exports. There is nothing about systems like this that we're talking about. And can I continue? And then also the policy that we're busy looking at right now in terms of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, that we know that we're gonna embed on it this a policy on the on this issue. I've been looking at, for example, manufacturers. I know that they should take a lead in assessing their current waste products, which they are not accountable at this stage. If there's no policy, it means there is nothing that no one can police. So I'm sure that once the policy has passed through Parliament, we can be able to put systems in place. And then they need to identify opportunities to minimize the recycling in their factories. That's what is being spoken all over the world, right? We recycle and procure fibers and textiles that are containing less chemicals in terms of the production. And then we're also looking at companies that import textiles. We need to have, I know that there were systems that we've put in place that was saying country of origin legislation policies. So even on textiles that are coming into South Africa, we need to look at that. Then that will avoid dumping, because we don't produce much also we bring chemicals and also the natural, and then we have to reproduce in the country. That's what is contaminating the environment. And then we're also looking at, the retailers are the leaders here, because remember, manufacturers, they go to the shoes of the retailers. The price takers in the industries are the retailers. If they are the price takers, they are the ones who tell the manufacturers, this is what you manufacture for us. So I think the policies must be very strict on the retailers themselves as the ones who are the price takers. We're looking at, we need also to look at minimal level of recycled content, recyclable products, repairability, and then also in the products that they procure. And then promoting circular economic principles, that is including recycling, upcycling, and downcycling. That is the language that we're speaking these days, as these will extend the lifespan of garments. We know that there is a very interesting project that is spearheaded by H&M. H&M is recycling the jeans. Once you see that your jeans are worn out, you can take them back, they recycle them back and bring them back and selling them. You can't see that they are recycled, but those are recycled items. On the second hand, I know that for the longest of time, in terms of we were the policymakers, were not allowing the bringing of the second-hand clothing into the country, because we're thinking that it's going to destroy our industry. But these days, people, they go, and there are areas here in Joburg that are called Kwadunusa. Like when you're sitting there, people are like, I mean, a lot of people, they know it. We go for, you know, for mostly for your coats and, I think a lot of us, we know, we grew up with second-hand clothing. Kwadunusa, you know them. When you're there, there's no way that you can avoid doing it, because they're mostly on the ground, so you have to Dunusa to get your clothes. So all we're saying right now, what is the key and important is that when we're looking at those clothes, some of the people, they take them and maybe they make them, they clean them, and after cleaning them, I was looking at a very interesting project of someone who's looking at children's clothing. Then they'll put a bit of accessories. When now you'll think it's a new item when it's sold. So we're looking at the, it looks very tedious, but it will save our environment going forward. And then developing and implementing of proper recycling guidelines. We don't have recycling guidelines in the country for this sector. And supporting sustainable fashion and waste reduction initiatives. Exploring innovative technologies. There are technologies, for example, last year I was in Italy. We were looking at digital textile design and manufacturing. When you look at the manufacturing, it's less water that is used there. The chemicals are not there, but the quality of products that come out of those systems. Of course, it's expensive equipment, but we need to look at innovative ideas in the country so that we can eliminate situations like this. And then looking also at reducing the processing impact in terms of chemicals. Retailers and brands specify non-hazardous chemicals, because those are, as I've said, mentioned earlier on, those are the people who are really notorious in this sector. Adopt technology to reduce chemical use, the use of water and effluent filtration, and then reducing processing impact on energy. Upgrade machinery, because our machinery I know is old. In fact, the industry is almost not dilapidated, but it's also almost gone in the country right now. Because 2005, there was a policy that we never looked at as a country. It's called multi-fiber agreement. That policy destroyed the industry, because it was saying that we are operating as first world. We're no longer operating as a third world or developing country. So there's so much that has been happening here, but by resuscitating our industry, re-innovations, and looking at the systems, looking at the policies, the guidelines, and ensuring, then I think we can go back, because I mean there's no place that is as creative as South Africa when it comes into this sector. But unfortunately, as we mentioned earlier on, we are the copycats of what is happening all over the world. We send our buyers, our merchandisers to go and look at what, there is nothing that is coming from our side. So when we hear with all the key delegates that are here, we're looking at synchronizing the industries, maybe collaborations, so that we can be able to ensure that we also mentor and keep our industry in place, and making sure also that our products can start making value. Because right now, you look at the catwalk, I've seen a catwalk of somebody using Sesotho blankets. I'm talking about Balenciaga or whoever. They're just taking them because we're doing nothing as a country to produce our own brands using the systems that are acceptable all over the world, especially the cleaner textile production methods that are needed in this space. Thank you very much.
Very inspirational. Thank you, Doctor. So my takeaway is we need to take ownership on it. Yeah. Ms. Angela Martins, if I can turn to you, please. And thank you so much for your patience. We understand that you're running to another meeting. Our question for you is, what are the collaboration possibilities for a pan-African response to these challenges that we've been having a discussion about? So if I can pass it to you, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Again, it's an honor to represent the AU in this panel. I have about 6 points which I would like to share with you. By way of introduction, allow me to maybe highlight some of the things that were already said by previous speakers. Climate change poses significant threats to heritage, peace and security and development in Africa, which necessitates continued and intensified action to curb its impact. Our continent is one of the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, despite contributing only a small percentage of global emissions. In the AU member states' quest to mitigate climate action through various pledges and initiatives, it is critical that the role of culture in such initiatives is strengthened and promoted. So why is culture a factor in the context of climate change? Africa's rich heritage and national knowledge systems can help communities understand and adapt to environmental changes. And also, culture shapes how people respond to these challenges, the climate challenges, and also can assist in building resilience and contributing to mitigation strategies. Allow me quickly to explain some of the AU key cultural frameworks and initiatives that contribute to climate resilience strategies. We are in the process of establishing the Great Museum of Africa, which is an AU flagship project aimed at preserving and celebrating Africa's cultural and natural heritage. It serves as a symbol of unity and a platform for sharing our collective histories and knowledge that are vital in climate adaptation. We also have an instrument called the AU Common African Position on Restitution of Heritage Resources, which provides a continental strategy to protect and manage Africa's rich, tangible and intangible heritage, while recognizing the threats posed by climate action. We have a third instrument, which is the AU Model Law on the Protection of Cultural Property and Heritage, which offers legal tools for member states to safeguard cultural assets against illicit trafficking and also, to a certain extent, environmental damage. In the morning, there was a lot of reference to the need to use African languages in this context. I wish to share with you that the African Union has an institution called the African Academy of Languages, whose role is to promote African languages and to ensure that these languages don't disappear and communities can be able to communicate and do climate programs using their own languages. Some of the challenges that climate change poses to the sector were already presented in the meeting by various speakers, but I would like to stress that climate change has been threatening important heritage sites, cultural landscapes, our languages, and also practices that sustain communities and the continent at large. There is also limited technological support for the member states to adapt to climate change and also to acquire the know-how to use culture as a critical tool to mitigate climate action. On funding and partnerships, we need increased investment to implement culture-based climate adaptation initiatives effectively and also to scale up culture-based climate actions. I wish also to refer that we are having an assembly decision, the African Union Assembly decision, which calls for the AU member states to provide at least 1% of national budgets to the arts, culture, and heritage sector. We believe that with the implementation of this decision, more support to projects on culture, arts, and heritage, and also into culture climate action programs will be very helpful. Then we also have the need for collaboration among member states and regional bodies as well as international partners, has a crucial tool to provide resources and also to provide technical support. We need to do this cooperation in good faith, especially through the financial support and also knowledge transfer. Now, moderator, you had asked about Pan-African initiatives and key programs to address this issue. I can refer, for instance, to the need to mainstream the Great Museum of Africa and also the Common African Position and the Model Law into national and regional climate policies instruments. Also, the support through capacity building for cultural institutions and communities to assist in the implementation of the frameworks that the AU develops. Also, the use of technology and digital platforms to document and share best practices on heritage threatened by climate change, and also the actions that are done in that regard to curb this threat. By way of concluding, culture is a strong and necessary resource for Africa's resilience to climate change. Protecting Africa's rich heritage is essential because it preserves identity and strengthens social cohesion and during environmental changes. This was also stressed by many speakers. The African Union and its member states should continue championing climate justice, equity, a common but differentiated responsibility and protection of the sector for generations to come. We are committed to be working with G20 members and partners to strengthen culture-based climate solutions that protect Africa's rich heritage for the future. I thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, for the opportunity.
Nyabong. Thank you, Ms. Martins. Very inspirational. You know, it's really interesting to contrast that the African Union is putting focus on taking a percentage of GDP towards enabling futures for children, unlike some countries who are enabling GDP towards building bigger bombs. So it's really encouraging that we are so blessed to be living on the African continent, are we not? You know, so just an observation. What I'd like to do, and I appreciate Ms. Martins and colleagues, thank you so much for your inspirational words. We truly appreciate it. But Tina, we are between our beautiful people and lunch, and if we don't give them lunch, they're going to toy on us, yeah, and then that's going to be problematic. So, Program Director, with your permission, in Tate Matibe, I'd like to open it to the floor at this point in time, see if we have any questions or comments from the floor. I recognize the brother over there, so 1, 2, brother with the yellow hat, 3. We have 3. And, sorry, 4. Do I move around with the microphone, or how do we do this? Are there mics around? They have mics, okay. Please, sir.
Greetings. My name is Theodore, chairperson of the South African Dance Board. So this gave me a thought from the first speaker when he spoke about private sector to challenge the organizers of the event today, that the next time when we have sittings like this, private sector needs to be involved. We don't need to be on our own and discuss private sector where else private sector is not here, because I believe that we have ownership of the CSI as South Africans and Africans and the international community. So please, the next time when we have sittings like this, let's have a private sector in the space so that they can hear themselves these things. Just for example, because I'm coming from Emalahleni, which is #1 with pollution in South Africa. But gladly so, Exaro has took ownership of that they are part of those who are polluting the country through mining the coal. So they are having initiatives of working with the community. So it would be great if we can have those people in these spaces. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very valuable contribution. It's really about collective ownership here. Like we all need to be working towards empowering the future. The lady in the pink, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Simone Herodin. I am from the theatre of choice on the best theatre of choice on the African continent, Artscape. No one's laughing. You go, Lungi-san. Lungi. Not to waste too much time. I think this is a question directed at Dr. Jopela. Looking at all the heritage sites that he had on our screens there, quite a few of them are really in ruins. And I was just wondering, what is the drive by those countries as well as the African Union to actually restore some of them to the glory that they were a few thousand years ago? I mean, if you look at the restoration of Notre Dame, I think it took 2 years and a few $1 billion from all the rich billionaires in the world to put it together, and there it's back up again in glory. And we've seen in Jordan as well, in Petra, how it is being also renovated as well. So what is there anything being done about it? Because, I mean, it is a major tourism drive, or it could be a major tourism drive if we had the great ruins of Zimbabwe back to what its heritage used to be. And then the other one is just a comment or observation. Sorry, doctor, I'm not too sure what your name is, but you mentioned about second-hand clothing, and everyone was laughing, even like embarrassed that or in the townships or in the villages we grew up on second-hand clothing. Yet in the West, and I'm looking at Cape Town as the West, with on the good side of Cape Town, where myself and other people are lucky to stay, and some people privileged to stay because of the spatial divide of apartheid, that second-hand clothing is known as thrift shopping. I was once also a boutique manager of a thrift shopping store, and you've got all these thrift shops in all the trendy neighborhoods and suburbs, in Gardens and Upper Woodstock and Kenilworth, and we should also own that is part of our heritage. And we've got this divide between, so second-hand clothing for blacks is like a lower class thing, but second-hand clothing for the middle class, like myself, or the whites, or the upper coloreds living in Kenilworth is, the digger thing to do. So that was just an observation. Thank you. And just to remind again, my name is Simone, and I am from the best theatre on the African continent, Artscape.
Thank you so much for that insight. You know what I've observed is, like, typically, whenever they put a marketing spin on something, whether it is thrift clothing or net zero homes or whatever, people have done it already. Uti, they will just put another spin on it, and then it looks very polished. But we have that already. So Tina, as Dr. Tembeka was saying, we need to take ownership of that and really own it and copyright the crap out of it. So if they even touch it, they're gonna know. We had a question from the brother over here.
All right, thank you. Lungile Jacobs. I'm not from Artscape.
But you work with Artscape.
A lot, yeah. Just a few comments and maybe questions. It's directed to you partly. Why are we not lobbying the funds that have been given to the country by the EU? Was it 5 billion or whatever? So that when it's given for alternative energies to the government, that we lobby as the cultural activists that some of that funding needs to be going to what we're talking about here. Why are we not doing that? Secondly, is it possible that these discussions, because before G20, I don't remember, and I've been in this space for at least 25, 30 years. I don't ever remember us as artists having a discussion around what is our role in terms of minimizing our footprint as artists now. This is the first time I'm having this discussion. Why are we not having these discussions outside the G20 program? You know, and then I think I loved what the other lady was talking about in terms of the knowledge systems of our grandparents. And why is it that we are not capitalizing on that old knowledge systems and make sure that we use that as a foundation? Because even the previous panel referred to that process. Why are we not having a specific space for recording from the grandparents and as far as we can go back, and make sure that there is a space? I know that, for instance, in the medicinal space, there is something that is being done through traditional healers. I know that something happens there. But outside that, why are we not doing something similar to what medicine is doing, and we do it culturally now from our end? Why can't we do that? My last point is, I don't remember any international-based artist or national-based artist talking to this fact of how do we, even when we host these big shows in the country, are we mindful of this topic that we're talking about? No, we're not. I've not seen that. And I've attended one or two of these concerts, and I've not been, you know, the department funds some of these things, some of these projects, but we don't talk about the issues that we're talking about here. Why are we not doing that? Thank you.
Thank you, Lungile. And that I recognize you. Can we maybe do one round of comments and then we can get the panel to respond? Is that okay for you? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Paula Kelly. I'm from a dance company called Spoor and Darby Dance. And I'm just really getting frustrated because this is about culture and about climate change, and the performing artists who we are training, and most of us are in the capacity of training the young, who have got a huge amount to say about climate change. And we already do productions about climate change, like our Oceans, Our Future, Our Mother the Earth. And yet we're not speaking, we're not being looked at, and we are not the past, we're not the heritage sites, we are the future, we are training. And the other thing that Dr. Naidu mentioned, that when scientists or even academics talk about, that touches the head, it doesn't touch the heart. When a dancer or performing artist gets up and in actual fact performs and puts on a production, that's when the heart is touched. And the cultural active artists here haven't spoken up. It hasn't been about the performing artists at all. And I think it should be. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for that insight. That's above my pay grade. So let's move to the next question, please. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. My name is China Mpololo, Chairperson of Technical and Production Sector, and also the President of South African Music Promoter Association. I'm a big Orlando Pirates fan, in case there are Kaizer Chiefs people here. You know, I think Ulungile tried to get into what I want to raise. I'm a bit concerned, Mr. Moderator. I'm debating to understand what is it that we want to achieve out of this session. Are we not here to tick the boxes? But the reality is very clear. We all understand. The sector has been ignored in this country for years. And I think our presence here, it was purely because of the enforcement of our current minister, who wants to have a footprint everywhere. Because I don't think if Minister Gayton Mackenzie was not a minister, we would be here. Now, it is not a political statement, but it's a reality of day-to-day life that we're living. Now, I want to understand, because I've listened to the first commission and this is the second one, but at no stage, even from the chairperson, at no stage were given an understanding of how the resolutions of this will be put into implementation. Are we here to be rubber stamping activities that no cultural and creative sector were also included in the program? But knowing deep down is just a by the way to say we've moved in, there are other bigger issues. Lungile is correct. This discussion has been going on years. That's why the panels are giving us the reports that they're giving us. But at no stage were ever included in those processes. Now, how are we changing that mentality, that attitude in going forward? It's not about us, it's about the future generation that are still left to benefit in all these aspects. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. I feel like people are getting hungry right now, so we're gonna. No, I acknowledge you, sir. I acknowledge you.
No. Just one last comment. Kaizer Chiefs only win one trophy in 10 years.
I acknowledge that too, sir. And yeah, let me bite my tongue at this point in that. I think, Bevan, you are hungry, so no. Did you want to say something? Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair.
We will acknowledge online folks in a moment.
Thank you, Chair. I think China just loosened this thing in me because at the end of the day, we have talk shops. South Africans know how to talk. And nothing materializes thereafter. It's like we're soothing our conscience. But the point that I want to make is this. For one, and I can only speak from personal experience, I have the ability to create a minimum of 1,000 jobs immediately. However, it's all about how you come packaged in South Africa. It is what skin color, because remember, apartheid only changed management. There's a lot of marginalization and exclusion going on, and the world should know this. Because at the end of the day, we have solutions. But if you're not politically aligned or politically connected, you cannot get the assistance that you require. Let me give you an example. There are so many buildings that stand empty in Cape Town, in Joburg, and other places. We would rather have those things become dilapidated or vandalized. But we will not say, you have a solution. Let's make this available to you so that we can utilize that for one, training. Because that is what we need in South Africa is training. But here's the problem in the textile industry, where I also have a footprint in, is that our youngsters do not want to become seamstresses. So we have to now reinvent that industry because that is the problem that we have right now. I even moved to Shoshanguve not so long ago just to open my factory because I couldn't find seamstresses. The problem is we talk training. We have CETAs who are supposed to be delivering on training, but that does not transpire like I alluded earlier on. What needs to happen in this country is that we need to become serious. When we talk about youth unemployment, the solutions are there. But the right people are not being given the opportunity to expose and also do what is necessary. Because at the end of the day, if you're not politically connected, you're not getting anywhere. So again, just to reiterate what China just spoke about now, what comes after this? Is this just to soothe our conscience that we had a conference? We spoke about climate change. We had all the right words at this conference. What happens year after? Because it's all about implementation and changing people's lives at the end of the day. Let me hold on there. I'm hungry now.
Okay. Thank you for that insight. I think what we need to do is we need to acknowledge the following, right? There's a passion in the room, and I think siyacula, siyajiva, siyaenza bonke izinto logo. What I'm saying is, why are we not moving forward and taking leadership positions to change the status quo. So maybe we take this away, colleagues from the creative sectors. Let us come together and work towards taking leadership positions and maybe push some of the older people in parliament, and say, okay, it's time to go and play with the grandkids. We, as the creatives, never, this is an observation. Why don't we take leadership positions? Maybe that should be the takeaway. Let's own the space. Let's own the debate. Let's own the conversation. And in that process, we own the budgets. That's my challenge to each one of you beautiful people. Okay. So let's go online if I can. In Tate Matibe, we have a DM. I don't see a name. So if you would like to unmute your microphone, and I haven't forgotten about the questions that you've passed on to Dr. Sokpa. So if we can, I would like to suggest a DM if you'd like to unmute your microphone and make your contribution, please. Going once, going twice. I feel like an auctioneer now. And then we have. Did they come online? I think we're being sabotaged by the lunch gods.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm not a DM, but I've also raised my hand. It's Yolandi Leroux. I'm not a DM, but it's Yolandi Leroux.
Yolandi, we see you as a camera, so we'll come back to you in a moment. I love the echo. Please keep it going, technology people. But DM, not in the room, but Yolandi, why don't you take the floor in the meantime? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to respond to a question, not a question, but a comment that was raised by one of the speakers. He was talking about, I think it was yourself, referring to First Nation. So I first want to know, what does First Nation mean in the South African context? And then in terms of what Hindu Ibrahim said, I would like to say that on a cultural level, we are faced with the Western perspectives. However, they rely on science-based evidence. How do we change that narrative? Then in terms of what we were discussing, my first question is, how do we accommodate marginalized indigenous communities? In South Africa, we have a number of indigenous communities, and we find that some are more mainstream than others. However, they are not always, even in terms of language, in terms of culture. And when I want to say mainstream, I want to specifically refer to, for example, the Xhosa and the Zulu. However, we forget about the other communities. And even in terms of their languages, we're not accommodating them. So how do we accommodate that? And then in terms of the Khoi San communities, how do we accommodate them in the discussions, the engagements and resolutions? Because I've noticed in terms of the representation and the discussions, we hardly really touch on the Khoi San communities. And in terms of Khoi San in South Africa, they are not recognized as Africans, because if you look at the terminology in terms of BBBE, it does not include Khoi San. So how do we include, engage with, and accommodate the Khoi San communities, seeing that they are not recognized as African in the South African context? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Let's pause for a moment and let's have the panel deal with some of the issues that has come up. So panel members, Dr. Sokpa, would you like to go first?
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. That was a very good question. And maybe a short answer to that is, normally what happens is we have very few resources available. And these resources, they have to service every sector. So in that prioritization of sectors, Normally, sectors such as food, water would go first. So by the time we get to the cultural heritage in the adaptation space, the resources are very, probably they're gone or exhausted. So because of very limited, tight budgets that countries, even South Africa, work with, it's difficult for the resources to get to the sectors that are normally that are not usually included in these discussions. But I've learned an important lesson today that from the AU that African countries, they are putting 1% of their national GDP towards arts and cultural heritage. Maybe I don't know if one of what in this 1%, if there are resources that being committed towards climate, climate solutions, scaling up of all these arts-based activities that can inspire climate action. Maybe she can comment on that, but I'm learning that is one of the potential sources of finance, and that's the reason, because of the limited resources, that's the reason, a lot of people are now suggesting to say, maybe private sector can have a role to play. But normally, like I said, they are not involved in these discussions, in these spaces. So if you come up with brilliant ideas, you go to them and pitch it. They don't see value in it because they're always outside the discussion. So, and this goes to the point that we were discussing yesterday, to say how do we effectively communicate some of these things to the correct people that should take action. And one of the things that we end up concluding yesterday was maybe we need to use phrases or language that touches the heart, and we have heard from the previous, I think it was one of the people from the floor, that how do we communicate something that touches the heart? I think it was from you. And one example that was given yesterday was if you are talking to someone from Limpopo and say, hey, climate change, because of climate change, there's going to be no PAP next year. Everyone will be like, hey, what are you saying? No PAP? So that type of communication that touches to the people that we want to take action. So it's upon us to say, how do we package this, for example, to the private sector so that they can see value in investing in this and come on board? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's open it to the rest of the panel if you'd like to respond to any of the comments or questions that were put forward. Dr. Tembeka, panel online. Once you guys are thinking, I just want to read out a quick response.
Yeah, I'm there online. Do you want me?
Nokotelo. Musa, it reads, it is great to hear that the AU is making such an important commitment towards funding preservation of cultural heritage. Let us hope that the countries will implement this important commitment because GLAM institutions are underfunded. As a result, preservation of heritage collections are often neglected. Panel, is there any response from you? Okay, you guys are hungry too, so
yes.
Let's close off.
Yes, there is a response from my side. Anyone hearing me?
Oh, please, we'd love to hear you. Go ahead, Ms. Ibrahim.
This is Hindu. Great, thank you. So firstly, I wanted to say to all the participants in the room, I hear you and I understand your frustrations. What is the end of this panel? Is that going to be a checking box or not? So I really hope that it's not going to be a checking box, and it is also up to us, all the participants, to take the lead, as the moderator said. Who is electing those decision makers that we are calling, or those politicians? We are doing that. So we have to choose to the right decision makers who can respect what we need as peoples, who can implement what our communities are needed. So this is the first. The second is, as we talk about how we can include the most vulnerable, and my sister here give the examples of the Khoisan and others. I think we need to recognize all the indigenous peoples, not only because they have the knowledge, but also from the vulnerability that they have, to recognize the right of all the indigenous peoples as the component of the society who are a value add to our society. And to do that, we have to go back to our ancestral way of living and governance that already valuing and recognizing our peoples, and that do not disconnect us from what we are, who we are, and what we are doing. And to your second question, that on the knowledge that you are asking, how the scientists can respect the knowledge of indigenous peoples to do not say they have to confirm it. Let me give you an example. Our grandmothers and grandfathers have the knowledge of thousands of years that help them to be resilient, living in harmony with the nature. So not because they do not speak English or French or whatever language that you decided that they are not expert. They are PhD plus, but there is need of recognizing those knowledges of our ancestors. So a scientist who go to the school with 20 years, who call themselves a PhD, and who go to our community, learn this like years or 10 years, and who just write a document, and then they have to confirm the knowledge of our grandfather and grandmother, that knowing that, this is really unjust. So it is up to us to change the narrative and to give them the evidence that we are more knowledgeable. It's not about the language barriers, but we do have those knowledge and we understand those knowledge better than all of them. And finally, Mr. Moderators, of course, we do need a funding. We need this funding as really a compensation. It is not a charity that we are asking. We are protecting the nature. So that means we are doing our part. We have to value this part. So then the developed countries that who created the climate change, they have to pay it back, not as giving us a charity, but paying us back because we are protecting the nature in their place. And the last, there is a good news that the International Court of Justice that recognize all the countries from developed countries that do not respect the climate engagement, they can go to the court. So this is one of really lasting fight that we get. Maybe we cannot going to get it immediately, but we have to join the effort and fight together to get the planet that we want, to get our community in the level that we have to get them. And thank you so much again.
Thank you, Ms. Ibrahim. We're closing it at this point. I've just been instructed. I don't know if this means we are ending or if I'm losing my head. Program director. As you come up, there's just one thing I'd like to respond to quickly, and that is with regards to the First Nation issue. I'd like to say that apartheid and imperialists will always attempt to divide us. And we should never allow that to happen. We know who the indigenous people of this country are. Let us respect those traditions and let us move forward and build a unified South Africa. Simunye. And there's one last thing I'd like to say is that we are taught Ubuntu, that beautiful, untranslatable word. Let's live by that notion of personage and suffrage and self-reliance and self. What's the word I'm looking for? I'm going to hand over to our program director.
Thank you so much. I mean, this really is an indication of the need to continue with this conversation. And we're going to continue to have this conversation throughout our G20 presidency and beyond. We are planning to have another, it's going to be a webinar. We'll communicate the dates. We really need to talk more because this is where the solutions are. And we need to spread the word, engage everybody and everyone. Each one teaches each one. But I think also in the South African context, we need to have a separate conversation
so that we don't come to this platform. And we are talking about continental issues and we draw into national issue. We had an opportunity in the first segment of first panel, but it shows there is a need and we have to respond to that need. May I then invite you for lunch? They are closing in about 20 minutes and let us be back here by 3:30. You can step out of this door, through the security and go straight on and follow the aroma of the food. You will find it there. Thank you very much. 3:30, we are back here. Thank you. now moving towards our third panel. The first panel was looking into the South Africa scenario, allowing South African delegates to really delve into what they propose as a solution for climate action going forward. And the second panel looked onto the regional issues, the continent, of course extending it to a number of other countries in the global south, so that we also gather that information, share those experiences from the region. And the third panel is going to look onto the global perspectives. We have invited a number of G20 countries, and they will come on board and share their perspective from wherever they are around the world. With those three put together, the inputs that came forward will really prepare us to really present a very strong case in terms of how do we mitigate, how do we ensure that there is resilience, how do we ensure that there is climate action, which comes from this sector, the creative, the heritage sector. So with that, allow me to invite Prof. Haynes. Prof. Haynes need no introduction. He has been in the sector for many, many years. He has researched and published a number of publications. Some of them, we refer to them even today. But let me not speak on his behalf. You know, you can't speak on behalf of a prof when he's here. He will start thinking that I'm reading his, what do you call that thing you read in funerals? So, Prof, please come forward and introduce yourself and then introduce your panel. Sorry to rush to come back here. We are just respecting those colleagues who are joining us online because they are already online. Yeah. Thanks, Prof.
Right. Right. Good afternoon, colleagues, distinguished guests, distinguished panelists, and esteemed delegates. It's very nice to be here. This is what I'm going to do is just briefly talk and set the scene for about 5 to 6 minutes, and then I'm going to invite the virtual, both the virtual and the physical panelists to join us. So it's an honor to moderate panel 3 of today's international seminar on the intersection of culture and climate, a milestone event convened by the South African G20 presidency in partnership with UNESCO as knowledge partner. This panel focuses on one of the most pressing imperatives of our time, how to transform global frameworks, policy commitments, and diverse knowledge systems into meaningful and scalable action. And our discussion today is grounded in a growing consensus, likely to be reaffirmed in the draft 0 of the Durban Declaration, the G20 Ministers of Culture, that will happen later this year. In that, culture is both a driver and an enabler of cultural and climate resilience, justice, and transformation. The pending publication of the G20 Culture, also in 2025, reinforces this imperative, and it emphasizes the embedding of culture into climate frameworks, not as an afterthought, but as a strategic and foundational pillar of global policy. Through compelling case studies and critical insights, it highlights how cultural approaches foster behavioral change, promote adaptive reuse, and strengthen community resilience. Panel 3 moves us from theory to practice, from values to implementation. Our objective is to understand how countries are integrating culture into their national climate policies, what models are emerging, and how local innovation can inform and strengthen global frameworks. It may be, though, worth noting that there's extensive scholarly literature on the politics and political economy of implementing development policy at national and supranational levels. So it's not a walk in the park implementation, often quite extensively politicized in developing and emerging countries. Earlier this year, the Climate and Cultural Change webinar, one of them, on this particular topic, on the intersection of culture and climate. Reminded us that culture is dynamic and embedded in everyday responses to crises, whether through traditional farming adaptation, language-based environmental education, or creative urban design. We must ensure that climate policy resonates with people's lived realities, not just scientific models. And indeed, international best practice cases are burgeoning. And I can just think of a couple. And our panelists here and virtually are going to be talking about a number of these particular cases. One can think of, not from the panelists, but as examples, there's Ireland's Creative Climate Action Programme, which shows how artists and communities can co-create climate interventions that resonate locally while aligning with national targets. So there's a range of creative projects which include issues and critical themes such as sustainable agriculture, circular economy, the repair culture, consumption habits, sea level rise, biodiversity, and community-driven climate action. These initiatives form part of a government program to enhance public participation in climate action. So the crucial part of that is actually involving citizen participation. And increasingly, there's a realization that these sorts of initiatives demand some or other form of cultural creative cultural conflict management and even resolution. Other sort of examples are, for example, Saudi Arabia's climate toolkit for the World Heritage Sites, which provides practical adaptation models. China's Gansu Revitalization and Innovation Project, which highlights how the creative sector investments can be monitored using innovative physical, social, and economic benefit indicators, and shows the strong linkage and a profitable linkage between sustainability in one of the golden areas of the ancient Silk Road, and how this facilitates economic growth and development. Other examples are platforms such as Julie's Bicycle and Unix Sustainability Toolkit, which equipped cultural institutions worldwide with open access tools to integrate climate justice into their governance and programming. So let us take this opportunity to reflect on how to translate commitment into capacity, knowledge into action, and policy into practice. And against this backdrop, let me introduce our distinguished panelists. And as far as I know from the colleagues in the back, have we got the virtual, everybody in the virtual panelists? So they are all in line, as it were, in the room. Okay. So we have Ms. Manwaz Anwar Fancy, representing the UAE, who is a cultural policy expert who's worked across the Middle East, South Asia, and North Africa. Her work bridges strategy and philanthropy in the creative economy, and she brings insight into the challenges. Voice from the ether. Huh? Okay. It's you can boast about your electronic presence. Okay, so that's Ms. Manwaz Anwar Fancy. The second virtual participant is Mr. Hari Sethuan from the Indonesian Ministry of Culture, who's based at the Borobudur Temple Heritage Agency. He has a doctorate in archaeology and a background in heritage conservation. He contributes deep expertise in safeguarding historical sites in the face of increasing climate threats. We also have Dr. Shane Coughlin, who's a sustainability advisor to the Department of Culture and co-chair of the EU Open Method of Coordination Group on Green Transitions of the Creative and Cultural Sector. Mr. Vinicius Gertler, who I'm sure knows everybody now in the room. It's nice having you. He's the General Coordinator for International Affairs at Brazil's Ministry of Culture, key figure in Brazil's cultural diplomacy and its preparation for COP30. His work in the Group of Friends for Culture-Based Climate Action reflects Brazil's commitment to embedding culture into global climate governance, and he was directly involved with the previous presidency iteration of the CWG. And Dr. Mona Ahmed Al-Rani from the Saudi Heritage Commission combines scientific acumen, holding a PhD in green chemistry, with a leadership on climate risk assessment for heritage sites. Her initiatives, including the development of climate adaptation toolkits for Saudi Arabia's World Heritage Sites, offer valuable models for resilience planning. Each of these speakers offers a unique perspective, from policy innovation, intergovernmental coordination, to on-the-ground implementation of climate strategies in culturally significant contexts. So they're important best or good practice sources for us here in South Africa and other colleagues to learn from. So together we will explore not only best practices, but the deeper paradigms underpinning them. This will mean rethinking the cultural economy for sustainability and moving from a narrow economic framing to one that values culture as a foundational concept or component of sustainability, a source of identity, cohesion, and ecological citizenship. With that, I'm pleased to open the discussion and invite our panelists to share how they're advancing culture-based climate action in their national and regional contexts. I'd ask, given the question of time or time pressures, whether the panelists will stick to between 12 to 15 minutes. I may gently intervene if need be. And I'd like to hand over to our first speaker, if we have her online, Ms. Manwaz Anwar Fancy from the UAE.
Hi, I'm here. Shall I share my...
Welcome. Great to have you here, Ms. Fancy. Can you share your screen and take it from here?
I am trying to share. Is it sharing?
Your PowerPoint screen, but not the presentation. Now it's correct.
There we are. Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm going to put a timer on so I can monitor myself because I can't see you. All right. Good evening, good afternoon. I'm Mahnaz Fancy from the UAE Ministry of Culture, and it's my pleasure to speak today with you on this exciting discussion, and I hope we will all learn a lot from each other. So today I will be presenting on how the UAE is consolidating its culture and climate position with a national study commissioned in partnership with the British Council that will inform a policy aimed at a major cross-sector framework for integrating culture into our national climate change adaptation and mitigation strategies, and adopting a national framework for enabling scalable culture-based climate action. I will try to address the challenges and opportunities we face in this process. So the story begins with the COP28 consensus, where we saw the introduction of culture and cultural heritage into the UNFCCC process, following the first global stocktake and the adoption of the UAE Framework for Global Climate Resilience, which designated cultural heritage as one of the 7 targets for measuring the global goal on adaptation. Culture entered the picture. At the same time, COP28 also marked another major step for culture, with the first high-level meeting of ministers of culture at any COP. the first high-level ministerial dialogue on culture-based climate action, adopted the Emirates Declaration on Culture-Based Climate Action, and launched the Group of Friends for Culture-Based Climate Action. Let's see how many times I can say climate action. Co-chaired by the UAE and our friends Brazil. This formal coalition advocates for the recognition of culture and climate change policy based on the belief that culture is a powerful lever for climate action. Climate has serious impacts on cultural heritage, but culture and heritage can also catalyze climate action by enabling adaptation that supports resilience and behavior change and supports mitigation through low carbon practices. At the core of the group's strategy is that member parties support this international effort by consolidating their national positions on culture and climate, by working across sectors in their own governments, and thereby strengthening political support for culture-based climate action. At the same time, we need to consider our particular context, as you mentioned in the introduction. The UAE is is in a particularly vulnerable region to climate, particularly vulnerable region for climate change. By 2040, by 2040, countries on the Arabian Peninsula are forecasted to be the most water-stressed countries in the world. By 2050, temperatures may rise by 2.4 degrees centigrade, and extreme rainfall increased by 200%, causing flooding such as we witnessed in April of 2023. And by 2100, extreme weather scenarios include over 5 degrees centigrade over average warming, with extreme heat waves reaching temperatures of over 56 degrees centigrade, leading to a sea level rise that can reach from 2 to 7 meters that could flood all major major coastal cities and make the areas uninhabitable. Now, we need to think about how this is really important for our planning. The UAE has also gone through drastic, actually, I would consider it like explosive growth of its population. And as a young nation, in 50 odd years since its first census in 1975, which showed around 500,000 inhabitants, today the UAE population stands at 11 million. And 85% of that population live near the coastline, which would be essentially below water if we continue as we are. So in the face of that scary prospect, in 2006, the UAE launched a solution-oriented national mitigation strategy to pursue clean and renewable energy, expanding its non-oil sector from 30 to 70% from the 1970s to 2022. And right after COP28, and thinking about our experience in COVID, a lot of new policy innovation across sectors has been happening. Our long-term strategy, which we submitted in 2023, actually called for culture as well. So it said decarbonizing will require a whole of society effort with the involvement of corporations, civil society, NGOs, academia, alongside federal and Emirates level entities. It calls for adequate financing, innovation, capability building, and the consideration of the role of education and culture. So in the face of that, the Ministry of Culture has taken the challenge of trying to introduce culture into our climate strategies. Oops, I'm going to go back to this. In the UAE, we are still a young nation, but our deep-rooted tradition and rapidly developing creative sector have taken on this challenge even before any kind of policy level thinking. And the question is no longer whether culture is relevant to climate action, but how it can be systematically integrated into our national strategies. All right, so back to this. Our first step was this national baseline study that we commissioned together with the British Council, a consultant called Green Box World as our implementing partner to do research. And the study is going to be, the report is going to be called Rooted in Resilience, How Culture Shapes Climate Resilience in the UAE. And it will be released in September, first nationally with a national dialogue with our Ministry of Climate Change. And it's based on existing international policies, from UNESCO's efforts to place culture at the center of the SDGs to the UNFCCC, as well as the knowledge shared by members of the group of friends, including British Council, Climate Connections Program's groundbreaking 2021 research called Culture, the Missing Link to Climate Action by Julie's Bicycle, who you mentioned earlier. And as next step, national and international dissemination plans will take place so that we can share these outcomes with our other sectors, but also other countries, exchanging best practices in our region, as well as with our other members of the group of friends. So quickly, in case I know many members of the group of friends are actually in the G20, so you might be familiar, but I'm just giving you a quick glance at how we define culture-based climate action. So its core pillars are harnessing culture for climate action, using arts, heritage, community values to enable low-carbon adaptive behavior, greening the culture sector, reducing emissions from tourism, arts production, and events, protecting culture from climate impacts, building resilience for heritage sites and for intangible practices or traditions to climate risks, and valuing diverse knowledge, i.e. integrating traditional ecological knowledge and indigenous practices and intergenerational wisdom. So in order to do this, we decided that we would launch with a deep kind of consultation of the community and the stakeholders. So we launched this in January with a dialogue with members of the culture community, as well as corporations, civil society, NGOs, academia, and experts in the field. And out of this experience, we developed initial insights for how to go forward. And there are just really lovely quotes that, helped us kind of guide our way through the study. So what we do know is that culture-based climate action in the UAE is very much present, but uncoordinated. There's no common language. Everybody seems to be doing it, but they don't even know that they're doing this thing that we've now given a name to. Everybody is aware that traditional knowledge is under threat. Resilience is very much in the DNA of the UAE, and everybody is aware that with this rapid kind of development that the UAE is going through, we are risking losing a lot of this climate knowledge that we will need for future generations. Policy engagement is too high level and siloed. So what we talk about at the UNFCCC, at the G20, at the federal government levels does not trickle down to the actual community level or the actual people working in the actual sector. And further, there is no alignment between these various policy initiatives. Can you see this thing when it pops up on my screen, or is it just me? Lastly, we also have a problem with capacity, inclusion, and metrics that we need to figure out a way to actually measure this impact. And as we know, culture is notoriously not something that can be measured the same way as finance or weather can. So how do we go about this? And lastly, it is very, very much something that people understand, that the culture sector can drive behavior change. And it functions in society in a kind of public education and awareness raising form. And the kinds of programs that the culture sector puts out have a way of reaching communities that a government, either at the national or subnational level, is not able to do. So how we did our research, it's a baseline study, and I need to start with that. We needed to figure out what's there. So we needed to investigate how culture-based climate action is defined and also conceptualized. We need to document and analyze current practices across the Emirates and across sectors. We needed to identify enabling this little guy and enable factors and systematic barriers. We need to assess alignment with existing policy levels and reports, including the NDCs and NAPs and the net zero targets, and recommend pathways for institutionalizing culture-based climate action at both, my time is running away, at both the national and subnational level. How does culture-based climate action exist in the UAE context? What kind of initiatives, what kind of policies, and how can it be scaled? I'm going to skip this. So we've seen that the UAE cultural heritage, both tangible and intangible, is understood as key. We've also seen that contemporary artists and designers in the UAE are experimenting with heritage practices to innovate and raise awareness. We also know that UAE creators are collaborating with scientists and researchers on multidisciplinary projects to explore innovative solutions for climate change impacts. So we're not starting from scratch. CBCA is already happening. We just need systems to recognize and amplify. Culture is not a sideline. We've understood that it is a connective tissue that binds mitigation, adaptation, and the national identity. Our key findings are that traditional knowledge is under threat. 1 out of 3 natural sites and 1 out of 6 cultural sites is currently endangered. Art and creative industries are powerful climate catalysts, and as a significant part of the economy, have an important role to play. Design and architecture is a critical nexus. The built environment in the UAE is both a major emitter and a space for opportunities. Our national pavilion at the Venice Biennial has not once but twice addressed this issue. Education and capacity building are really important to address. Policy and governance and institutional coordination needs to move forward. How do we get some kind of interministerial mechanism to embed culture-based climate action across all the strategies? And then I'm going to skip right down to the last one. Community engagement is falling through the gaps. It is essential and uneven. Grassroots initiatives are not being fully captured. So we need to develop a framework, and this is the stage we're at. We've just finished the research. We've got the preliminary insights and some of the data. And we just had our first reflection session on Tuesday, actually, where we invited our colleagues from the Ministry of Climate Change, as well as key thought leaders and heads of various organizations to see what kind of feasibility and capacity exists for moving to the next step. And these are the kinds of initiatives that we're really thinking about. So how do we institutionalize some kind of interministerial task force that includes ministries of education, finance, community development, energy, and infrastructure, in addition to the existing collaboration that the Ministry of Culture has with the Ministry of Environment? How do we launch capacity building programs quickly. What kind of way? Maybe a knowledge sharing hub. Funding is, of course, a major issue, and we're looking into ways of tapping into existing channels from Islamic endowments, philanthropy, CSR. We're waiting for the UNFCCC to develop its indicators, but we see a way of quickly developing our own indicators so that we can start acting. Then we want to establish some kind of community grants so that youth, women, and the more vulnerable are engaged in this process. And lastly, and this is really important, we need to move forward using fora like the G20 and the group of friends to create regional alliances with other Gulf countries and more South-South, North-South exchange of knowledge, and get more and continue our work with entities such as UNESCO, ICROM, ICESCO, and the British Council to help us scale these private projects. I think I'm going to come to an end. So culture is not peripheral to climate solutions. It is central to how societies imagine, communicate, and implement resilience. Now we just need to consolidate our political will to get there. Thank you.
Miss Monroe's fancy, that was a wonderful presentation, thoughtful, graphic, and cogent, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of interest both here and in our online participants and delegates. And I see a possibility for a comparative study, the UAE and South Africa, because some of the similar kinds of challenges and problems exist in that, and I think that would be a nice project.
Yeah.
And allow some exchange of experts and scholars and other interested parties.
That's really our hope with this.
Yeah,
That, you know, it just creates more dialogue and exchange.
Yeah,
so thank you. That's exactly.
It really does illustrate what a good, how important best practice exchange is. So we're going to come back to you and all other members. I'm going to proceed to the next presenter. But thank you very much. We really enjoyed it. If we can have Mr. Hari Setuan of Indonesia, if he's online. Mr. Setuan, nice seeing you. I think we have a Dutch businessman who travels between Indonesia and my hometown, Quebec, in common, who's just built a little tiny house in our city, and he works with you. That's why I know you. Anyway, it's great to have you on board. Would you like to present? You've got all your material and text ready. Can we pass on to you?
Yes, thank you. Permission to share my presentation?
With pleasure. Go for it. Yes, definitely.
Can you see my presentation?
Seeing it from our side, yes. Yeah, it's full screen.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you can maybe just talk a bit louder. I think the sound is not great from our side. If you can just prove that a bit. And over to you.
Okay. It is clear? It is clear, Dr. Haynes?
That's fine.
Okay, I would like to share the experience on my site with this Borobudur Temple compound, and the title is The Managing Landscape of Borobudur. This is very important because Borobudur is a temple compound, which consists of 3 temples and the surrounding area. This is very important because Borobudur is stay in the landscape and its condition. It is open to the weather and also the climate change. And then this is the history of Borobudur, which is a Mahayana Buddhist temple. Yeah, it was built around 8th century, and it was abandoned by the community in 929 after Christ. And then after that, there is a catastrophic eruption of volcano surrounding the Borobudur. That's why the center of the kingdom are moving from East Java, from Central Java to East Java. And this is the condition of the Borobudur, yeah, after 17th century, which is rediscovered by Thomas Trumper Travels in 1814. And then this is what we call Borobudur Temple Compound, which is the World Heritage, which is considered to be the tree temple with the Borobudur as a main temple and the landscape surrounding the Borobudur. It is situated in the Magelang, Central Java, Indonesia. Yeah. This Borobudur temple compound has 3 OUV, or outstanding universal value, which is criteria number 1, 2, and number 6. If you see to the picture that this temple, yeah, this Borobudur temple is exposed to the nature. That's why it was prone to the climate change. And then this is the Borobudur temple compound attribute, which is, I explained to you that this temple has 3 OUV, yeah, which has 6 attributes. The first attribute will be tree building, yeah, and then the imaginary corridor, and also Borobudur cultural landscape, and the element are architectural and art in the Borobudur temple compound, and ability to integrate old and new cultural element of Borobudur. And then this is the picture from the Borobudur temple, surrounding Borobudur temple. And then we have policy, heritage preservation policy in Borobudur,
Sorry to
which is
interrupt.
now starting in 2000.
Sorry,
Yes?
Mr. Setwan, sorry to interrupt. Your slides aren't moving at the moment. Okay, or they're not coordinating with your talk. We're still on slide on slide event panel. Yeah. The managing, the opening one.
The opening one.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So. Do the tech guys want to, maybe put it on a slideshow or something? Yeah. Okay.
It's okay. This is moving.
It's stuck. You think you should actually start it right from there? Do you want to start your presentation right from the again? Maybe that might help.
Yeah, you can see my presentation now.
No, we see you.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you want to share your screen with us again?
Okay. Can you see my presentation? No?
There's nothing at the moment. Just hold a sec. Sorry, guys. The tech. Have you guys got any suggestions from your side? Huh? No. It's not loading. Oh, it's not loading on his side. Yeah, it's not loading on your side. I'm just going to take the mic to the guys at the back. Just hold on.
Hi, Mr. Hari. Hello. 1, 2. It's off. Can you hear? Okay. If it looks like it's the internet on your side because it's not bringing up your share, it's not bringing. You didn't send us anything, yeah. We can do that.
Here, maybe? No?
It's not showing here. Maybe you can just carry on talking without slides.
So, maybe you can just talk without slides for the time being. Yeah. Yeah. I think if you just put on, put your front page on, and
Okay. Yes.
it's not happening either. Okay. I think just talk about what you're doing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to continue. Yeah, I would like to continue about the Borobudur heritage preservation policy. Yeah.
Go for it. Yeah.
Yes, Borobudur heritage preservation policy, which has the developing of the traditional conservation method in the Borobudur temple. So basically, starting in 2010, we are reducing to use chemical substance for cleaning the temple. And then we are also the Borobudur site management plan, disaster risk management plan, and the visitor management plan. And we have the factor affecting property or conservation issue in correlation with the climate change. The first will be environmental factor that accelerate the rate of deterioration, climate change, the effect of volcanic ash and volcanic eruption, and also deforestation on areas steep and slope. And then we have the strategy for the managing the climate change, which is the first strategy is strengthening the narrative of environmental preservation based on archaeological data in the form of narrative relief of Borobudur temple, and then conducting monitoring on structural preservation, climatology monitoring on the structure and surrounding environment of the Borobudur temple. And then we have to develop the conservation method that respond to the climate change and on the preservation of Borobudur temple structure. And then we have encourage the community participation to plant trees that can be utilized in the Borobudur cultural landscape. Preservation, and then the last will be preservation of cultural landscape and vista to accommodate the technological development. The first will be, we have to strengthen the narrative environmental preservation based on the archaeological data, which is the relief of the Borobudur. We have 1,460 panel of relief, narrative relief, which is a source of or interpretation of the cultural landscape in the 8th until 10th century, and we preserving now. And then we have developing the conservation method, and then encourage the community participation to plant the tree surrounding the Borobudur, and we have developed the creative economy. Since 2022, we have formulated the new visitor management system, which is for one day in correlation with the climate change. We limited the visitor to 4,000 visitors per day. And then all of the visitors who visit the Borobudur temple structure should use the special footwear made from traditional material, which is the pandan leaf that is made by the local community. So this is a very, according to us, this is a very good practice of conservation, because to use this footwear, which is produced by the local people, is decreasing the rate of abrasion of the stone, especially in the stairway of the temple. And then the production of the footwear must be produced by the local people. So after that, all of the local people, most of the local people in the Borobudur area, starting to plant the pandan tree, pandan plants surrounding the Borobudur. And then we have also the preservation of cultural landscape and vista. That's why we continue to share the information for the local people to plant a tree, which is also, we have the species of the tree on the panel of the relief or narrative relief of Borobudur. That's why we can now have benefit of the preservation of the landscape of Borobudur in correlation with the climate change, because it's very dangerous and prone to the temple structure. Because now the fluctuation of the humidity and the temperature on Borobudur is very high. Maybe that's all for me. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Setuan. That was a really interesting presentation, and I think it would be also very advantageous for you to share a whole range of your insights from climatic monitoring to small-scale circular economy around visitors to the temple, and other kinds of technical interventions and some of the indigenous conservation methods. What we will do is look at getting your whole presentation loaded online, so both the virtual and the physical sets of delegates can actually look at that. But thank you very much, and we're going to come back to you, as with all the other panelists, for questions and that. I wonder if I can now pass on to I have listed here Dr. Shane Colgan. Guys, is Mr. Colgan, Dr. Colgan around online or not? Not yet. Vinny, can I pass on to you, to give your presentation? You can take a bit more time.
Hello. Thank you very much, Professor Haynes. It's a pleasure to be here today. So while we try to upload my presentation, hope you guys have it. Let me just thank you all for being here today. It's a pleasure to be with you. I would like to greet wholeheartedly the South African presidency, Minister Gayton Mackenzie, and the Culture Working Group chairs, Lisa and Rufus, and as well, all the esteemed delegates, distinguished guests that are here today. You're putting up the presentation, right, guys? Yes? Okay. So culture-based climate action, it's a new and critical matter. My presentation, I hope to take you a little bit through some of the challenges that we're facing when we're talking about climate impacts and risks, and then further how culture is intertwined and connected to this issue. So let's see if it's... So I'll just go and then we can move forward with the slides when the presentation is up. Well, first of all, culture-based climate action for Brazil is an extremely important topic. It has been a priority since 2023 with Minister Margaret Menezes taking up her position as Minister of Culture of Brazil. We have partnered with the UAE and my colleague Manas, who has just given her presentation, on the Group of Friends for Culture-Based Climate Action since COP28. Also last year during the G20 presidency of Brazil, we also have prioritized
this discussion and we also had an international seminar on that topic. Yips, that's it. So yeah, so if you can just go to the second slide, please. Yeah. Yes, thank you. If you can just put on full screen, please. Yeah, great. Thank you very much. So what are we talking about when we're talking about the climate crisis? You know, we're talking that roughly 53 billion tons of greenhouse gases are pumped into the atmosphere each year. So this is the scale of the challenge. And I wanted to take you through some of the pictures of the Amazon region to see what, the contrasts of what, and the scale of what we are facing. We see that today we are facing a tipping point challenge. Very recently, last month, in London, there was a tipping point conference that highlighted that we have already passed the 1.5 threshold of temperature. So now what we are discussing is how to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions so as to stay between 1.5 and 2. So this is one of the major challenges for tropical forests. This is, the mining, illegal mining happening in the Amazon region, for example. And you can go further, the next slide. And this was last year in the Amazon. This is a riverbed that's completely dried. It was one of the one of the strongest droughts that we faced in the Amazon region. So this slide is not so good, but I'll take you through it. So what we are seeing here is that there are different tipping points taking place everywhere in the world. We see it from the Arctic sea ice that is melting. We see the Atlantic circulation that has been slowing down. We see the Amazon rainforest with frequent droughts. And all of these impacts, these nature impacts, they are, menacing life on Earth. We have a scientist, a Brazilian scientist, Carlos Nobre. He talks about how the high-level deforestation and degradation across the Amazon has resulted in much less water recycling. So there are more frequent droughts and forest fires. And one of the problems is that this can be pushed to a tipping point in which the Amazon will not have any longer the capacity to recover from droughts or to recover from deforestation. So this is very alarming, it is. When earlier today we saw Mr. Kumi Naidoo talking about, how we look to the picture, to the scenario, I must say that I'm painting here a very grim scenario. But there is actually a very high risk of the Amazon turning into a savanna. And this might happen if we reach the 4% threshold in the temperature, or if deforestation comes to 40%. Now, there's another scenario of savannization of the forest if we get to 25% of deforestation and a 2.5 temperature increase, 2.5. So right now, what we have is 18% of deforestation and 1.5. So the risk is very high. And after the tipping point, scientists, they're pointing that it will take 30 years for the whole forest to be a savanna. You can take to the next slide, please. Yeah. So, what we see is now bringing to the solution. We know the problem. Now let's look at solutions, and that's where I want to take you, to the power of culture, and to see and to recognize that, indigenous peoples and local communities in Brazil and in the world are responsible, are the main actors behind the protection of nature and the protection of our natural heritage. Only 5% of net forest loss in the Brazilian Amazon occurs in indigenous territories and protected areas. And these areas contain more than half of the region's forests. So we see that they are true guardians of the forest. And I would like to just point out, as we are talking to G20 countries, there's also a really big imbalance in terms of the responsibilities in the world regarding climate change. So we see that the richest 10% of the world are responsible for 2/3 of global warming since 1990. So in the past 30 years, these are, the 10 richest are the most responsible. Next, please. So climate change is imposing also a cultural transformation. We see that there are changing eating habits. Traditional communities are abandoning their lands. We see differences in gathering fruits. We see erosion of transmitted knowledge about plants and natural cycles. People abandoning their homes and changing rituals due to sea level rises. There are also social disorganization, decline in practice of rituals that depend on rainy seasons, for example. So I'm bringing here a quote from one of our indigenous philosophers in Brazil, saying that our knowledge lives in the forest. If the forest is destroyed, so is our knowledge. And Davi Kopenawa, he's been writing and has been a very powerful voice in Brazil and in the world to translate indigenous knowledge and indigenous wisdom for the rest of the world, especially to Western societies. Next slide, please. And here I'm bringing another one of our philosophers, Ailton Krenak. He's the first indigenous person in Brazil to have a seat in the National Academy National Academy for Arts and Culture in Brazil. So what he's saying, criticizing, is it's frightening to observe that today wealth isn't where valuable things are. It's not where rivers, mountains, or forests are. It's in large cities, in major industries. So this poses an ethical and philosophical question, makes us think about where we are heading and where we are placing value still today, when we see, in the horizon that there is a looming threat. And it's not even in the horizon anymore, it's here to stay, it's really right in front of our eyes. The next, please. So what is culture-based climate action for Brazil? For Brazil, we have a premise. We cannot talk about culture-based climate action and climate action without talking about development. We are from the Global South. We face many challenges. We still have lots to do and to offer to our communities in Brazil. And we see culture as a deeply cross-cutting force for resilience and adaptation. Culture speaks not only about territory, economy, memory, citizenship, but it also talks about imagining futures, possible different ways of of behaving. I know that's a bit, for the contrast is not so good. I apologize, but I'll be sending this presentation to everyone that needs it. So for us, in the culture-based climate action policy spans the creative sector, heritage and museums, indigenous knowledge and traditional knowledge, and cultural rights. And so we must make sure that climate solutions, they are connected to our development needs. And we will see that this is the only way of proceeding with things, because we must make sure that culture adds value to heritage, adds value to practices. So in order for us to keep our forests safe, alive, and our traditions, our communities. Please, next slide. So what we believe is that culture, it supports and it's an accelerator for local level, community-based, context-relevant, and more efficient climate solutions. And this is the value of culture, of bringing down to the community level the climate solutions that are being talked about around the world, but do not reach the local scale where we see that it's really needed. So culture has this power of really engaging, socially engaging everyone towards solutions. And I think this is the most important part of culture in the climate debate. Next slide, please. Here I brought some of examples. For Brazil, we have already, added to our NAPs traditional knowledge and practices as part of climate solutions. Brazil was one of the first countries to add to their national adaptation plans traditional knowledge and practices. And we see many cases, there are several studies being conducted in Brazil, especially in the Amazon River basin, in river communities, about adaptation, how these communities are adapting to climate change. And there are many ways in which culture is playing a big part in it, trying to bring, ancestral knowledge to adaptation, to building resilience. What is important is that adaptation is a little bit different from disaster risk reduction. Disaster risk reduction is, aiming at, trying to really solve a specific problem. But adaptation means that you are changing some behaviors and trying to maintain what you're doing, your practices, but trying to change a little bit these practices so as to continue doing them. So in Brazil we also see some impacts from, for example, wind power mills that are impacting the region around them and forcing people to move, forcing people to change their festivities because they no longer can harvest, for example, some crops that are used for handicrafts and for other activities. So there are many cases like this in Brazil. Next, please. So some of our national initiatives that we see here is we are creating a culture climate program inside the Ministry of Culture of Brazil. This program is being developed right now in Brazil, so we hope that it will be a contribution to Brazil even after COP30. So we do hope that the culture and climate nexus will keep on being a central part of our policies. We have also conducted national dialogues on biomes and heritage, so trying to bring also the discussion of heritage, living heritage, and also built heritage, but also in the context of different biomes in Brazil. Brazil has 6 biomes, so it's a very different analysis if we go from north to south, from east to west. We also have recently developed a charter on heritage and climate, which is going to be published very soon in the next month with the help of ICOMOS and ICOM. We have a prize since 2019, a national prize for traditional agricultural systems, which also are an integral part of our development policies. And we see how much these agricultural systems are linked to cultural practices. And then I will bring you some of these examples. This prize, it gives out approximately $20,000 prize to the first 3 projects, and it is awarded by our Heritage Institute linked to the Ministry of Culture, together with the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, and our Agriculture Ministry, and our National Development Bank. So this is aimed for good practices in traditional agricultural systems that recognize and promote exemplary actions that contribute to the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage associated with biodiversity. So it's aiming to give visibility to the experiences of family farmers who identify as traditional peoples and communities. When we are talking about culture and climate, we have also developed in Brazil an approach to measuring the impacts of climate in cultural assets. We consider factors such as the type of the asset to be protected, the environmental context, the symbolic value of this asset, and its interaction with the community. So when we are assessing that, we must also assess the intensity of the impact, of the climate impact, the frequency, or so the recurrence or duration of the climate events, and the scope, the spatial and social extent of these effects. So we make a combination of these different scales and indexes to try to measure the impact of climate change in cultural assets. So we recognize that such exposures, they vary according to the territory, to the historical context, and the social inequalities in the territory. Also, let me just say that we are also launching the 19th edition of the Museum Spring, now in September in Brazil, which will focus on museums and climate change. Also during COP30 in Belém in the Amazon in November, we will have a biennial of arts, an arts biennial, which will feature 74 artists from the Amazon region, and also some, the Amazon region, speaking about also the whole of the Amazon region, not only in Brazil, but as you know, the Amazon is also in Colombia, Venezuela, and the Guianas. So we are featuring artists from the whole region. And also our ministry has since 2023 launched one of the biggest policies of cultural investment, and we are bringing 3 billion reais, which totals approximately $700 million a year that we distribute throughout the territory to different to the municipalities and the departments. And from this money, you can see that $1.7 million was used from the Amazon department to supporting cultural collectives, including indigenous and traditional communities. So we see that there's a national policy, and this resource is being used also for traditional communities. So this is important to highlight. Next, please. So, well, I've already mentioned, but we will host COP30 in the Amazon this year. And one of the innovations, let's say, is that, as COP30, the COP30 presidency has inaugurated a new process, let's say so, regarding the action agenda. This comes from an analysis that the climate negotiations at this moment, they are stalled. There's no much progress going on, and how can we try to move forward? How can we try to implement what we have agreed already on in the past years? So these kind of questions have led us to propose an action agenda that is linked to the global stocktake, which is one of the documents that is being, was negotiated, is already launched, and where all the commitments of the countries, they are there in this document, the global stocktake. And the action agenda of the COP30 presidency is linked to these commitments and trying to push for real action. Culture is one of the big parts of this action agenda. Not only do we have a specific topic on this agenda linked to culture, heritage, and climate action, but the presidency has also launched two processes that are very much part of the culture sector. The first one is in New York. So we see this global ethical stocktake is aimed at bringing together philosophers, religious leaders, community leaders, cultural practitioners, and writers, creatives, to bring them together to discuss how can we move forward, how can we do things and not remain paralyzed. We must have action. We must face this challenge, but we must act. We cannot remain, stalled. This is a very interesting initiative that we hope that will continue, because we believe that the only solution to dealing with the climate crisis is trying to impact individuals, trying to impact people, in the territory. So this is one of the ways. The other one is the mutirão. Mutirão, it's an indigenous word in Brazil. It is, I know I'm trying to go faster, but it's an indigenous word that means social engagement to deal with a big challenge. So people do mutirões in Brazil to face for example, the consequences of a flood in a region. So they do a mutirão to help, the community gathers and they try to help each other. This is the concept of mutirão. And this is one of the things that we are implementing this year. We are trying to do mutirões around the world, trying to give a methodology to allow people to engage in the climate discussions. So this is culture, this is, education, this is raising awareness, this is the power of people-to-people interaction. Next, please. I'm not going through that. As already mentioned, we will host a ministerial dialogue for the group of friends of culture-based climate action at Mondiacult in September. So it's going to be also a very important milestone in our progress towards COP30. Next, please. Yeah, and then the way forward. So I brought again, Ailton Krenak from Brazil. He's a major critic of our current models, living models. And he says, if we fail to differentiate, we will continue impacting the body of the earth with this blind drive to produce endlessly, producing and producing as machines. So what we need now is to shift, to build a new paradigm. We need to shift from consumerism to other ways, sustainable ways of living and interacting with Earth. We need a model where humanism is central. We have to go back to us. It's just like our minister likes to say, the climate crisis is really a human crisis, because what we are doing now is, we are menacing our existence on Earth. Earth will survive, we will not. So this is a different point of view. And a paradigm that has cooperation as a means, so we must also enhance cooperation, not only between countries, in the multilateral scene, but also inside the countries. We have to establish new frameworks for cooperating between ministries. The Ministry of Culture must speak to the Ministry of Environment. The Ministry of Environment must speak to the Ministry of Culture. And not only that, but the scientific sector must cooperate with culture, and so on. So we have to see these links being strengthened. We have to foster this kind of interaction, because this is mutually beneficial to everyone. So this is it. Thank you so much.
Mr. De Rosa, that was a profound and insightful presentation. It really brings out the importance of coming to understand the externalities of climate change and the impact of it. And it makes me think you actually have a case of two Amazons here, So, and I think one Amazon, one representative was at an expensive wedding in Vienna the other day. Anyway, I wouldn't put two slides next to each other, I suppose. But it also shows this, which is in the development literature, this interaction between inequality and skewed development. It brings it out. And again, like with the other presentations, and powerfully shows how the importance of these seemingly national interactions. National in the sense of extraordinarily well-structured effort to do nationally. And again, they would be very useful, and I really see it happening between agencies in South Africa and Brazil, and agencies elsewhere in other parts of Africa, particularly the Lusophone countries. And there's a whole range of questions in that, but in many respects, national is in fact international, as you bring home very clearly. So thank you. So, which leads us to our next and final speaker. Oh, is he? Oh, he's back. Okay, Dr. Coughlin. Thank you very much. We'll hear me? We'll pass on. We'll move to you, and then Dr. Al-Zahrani. I was caught unexpected. You could have practiced a bit. We'll return to you straight afterwards. Last but certainly not least. So, Dr. Coughlin, can I pass on to you to, as about 12 to 15 minutes to present? Yeah.
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Show your screen. If you got a presentation.
Without slides.
Sorry?
I'm going to speak without slides.
Yeah. You say you don't have slides. You've just been talking. Well, if I can pass on to you to give discuss your presentation.
Okay.
Yeah. So
great. Thank.
And we can take guys give them full screen. Yeah. Did right. Over to you, Dr. Coughlin.
Great. Thanks, Richard. Okay, folks. Good afternoon, and very happy to be here to talk with you. As we've heard a few times already today, you know, we're facing this serious and accelerating environmental crisis, and it's one that's been driven by human activity. You know, climate change, the loss of biodiversity, they're not distant threats. They're real. They're immediate. And they pose a profound risk to our ecosystem and to human life and the livelihoods across the planet. Like other economic and social activities, the cultural and creative sector consumes significant resources and energy, and so we do cause an environmental impact that must be addressed. But I think what sets our particular sector apart is our extraordinary power to lead change, you know, both cultural change and societal change. And this is, you know, super important in a world that's increasingly fractured and uncertain. So we have a special role. I guess often under-recognised in sustainability dialogue, the culture and creative sectors have this unique and essential role to play. And you know, why is that? It's because culture, creativity, arts, they have the power to shape how we think, how we feel, how we act. They inspire, you know, awareness in the public. They stir emotions and engagement. And I suppose most importantly, they drive behavioural change. So the sector is super important. I'll talk mostly today about a piece of work we've just finished in a European Union funded project, which was an open method of coordination, and it was called Stimulating the Green Transition of the Creative and Cultural Sectors. The work explores how these sectors can move towards greater sustainability based on good practices already happening, and the final report, which is underway in the publication system, is it contains about 35 different case studies. So there's a lot of stuff in there, but it also makes a case for culture and creativity as catalysts for this mindset shift that we need if we want to ensure a just and inclusive and an equitable green transition. So the methodology was multi-layered. We had discussions like we're having here today. We had consultations with experts. We had various subgroups working, and we had surveys which targeted both the cultural sector and the policymaker groups. And really all of this, what we were trying to do was to map good practices, was to assess what kind of policy tools and policy levers are there, and to develop meaningful recommendations that we can make so that we can support the green transition in our sector. Before I get through to that, though, as a group of experts, we considered some of the, I suppose, the foundational conditions, the building blocks that would need to be in place and that would support a green transition. And so we came up with 6 of these. So the first will be the importance of using what already works. There's a lot of tools and initiatives already out there for sustainability, various financial incentives, sustainability criteria, certification systems. So these tools and initiatives need to be brought into and work with the culture and creative sectors so we can bring about our change. Second, important to consider on the funding side, you know, we need to maintain the funding for culture and creativity so that the green transition should, you know, financing for this should come from sustainability budgets and not be at the expense of cultural content funding. So, you know, effectively, culture should not be forced to pay to go green. That there is sustainability budgets available. The third one is to remember, I suppose, sustainability should be inclusive. So the environmental actions we take should be woven in with social equity, diversity, community participation. By doing all of this, we can ensure that the benefits of sustainability are fully and widely shared. There's also an onus on us to connect from the local actions to global. So efforts to green our sector have to be place sensitive. They have to be rooted in the local reality, whether you're in Ireland or South Africa or wherever. But they also need to be aligned to and contribute to the broader global movements that are built around environmental justice, so both local and global. Number 5 for us was recognizing that engagement drives motivation, and this is critical for our sector. So cultural and creative expression gives tools that can connect people and policymakers with climate action in ways that just plain facts don't always do. So, you know, through storytelling, through emotional hooks, through imagination, we can start to make these complex issues tangible, human, and relatable. And finally, then, we need to think about what drives everything, I suppose, which is human capacity. So the changes we need will happen when the individual and the institutions have the skills, the tools, and the leadership that places them in the right spot to be able to adopt and implement sustainable practices. So you know, when you take all these together, this will give us the basis for a kind of resilient future. So I'll just talk a little now about the way we worked in the project. We had 6 key focus areas. We had engage, which looked at, you know, the culture as a driver of change. We had transform, which was a very practical piece of work, looking at good practices. So, you know, solar panels on theatres and water quality saving in outdoor spaces and things like that. We had assess, which looked at the tools and data that underpin all of this. We had stimulate, which analysed the policies and the public institutions and what their role is. Amplify, thinking about cooperating, learning, talking with other people. And finally, advocate, which was about, you know, how to bring this green message more widely from our sector into, I suppose, national and international climate action. So I suppose, you know, in terms of expanding on some of those, I guess, you know, if you think of the transform one, for example, which was very practical, it's really starting to think that, you know, reducing emissions in venues and rethinking how we present digital platforms and digital operations, this all has to become core to creative practice, and it probably doesn't sit there naturally. But we did find many cultural agents are already out there, and they're leading, they're adopting sustainable practices, they're doing energy efficiency, they're doing circular economy and such like. And so, as I say, in the report, we probably have somewhere between 30 and 40 examples of things that are happening right now in cultural organisations. And I suppose we were aware as well that cultural organisations can have problems implementing these things. Sometimes funding or regulation or even just resources may be limited. So to make these happen, we need to give tailored support and investment in place to allow people to collaborate and bits and pieces like that. In terms of the public policy piece, I guess, you know, we discussed a lot in our group about eco-conditionality, and that maybe, you know, when you have public funding, you start to bring in this idea that maybe there's an environmental commitment needed as well as the other things you need to get your funding, and that would bring things forward. In any kind of move like that, I guess it's critically important that you don't penalise smaller players, people who don't have the capacity or the knowledge to be able to respond. But it looks like, you know, certainly for the bigger players, something like eco-conditionality will be important. In terms of the advocate piece, I suppose we were really kind of thinking about how culture is not so, and I think I said it already, and just the Brazilian people spoke about it. It's not peripheral to the green transition. Culture is a core principle here. And so we're calling for national governments and other groups like the EU to start to embed culture and creativity into the global efforts around climate action and sustainable development. So very much in line with the group of friends type of approach, and something that we were you know, totally behind as well. I'm just going to take a second to talk a little bit about something that Richard mentioned earlier, which is a little case study from my country, Ireland, which was the Creative Climate Action Programme. Creative Ireland is an organisation in Ireland that works within the government to put creativity into the centre of public policy. So for this one, through a collaboration between our Environment Ministry and our Culture Ministry, we supported over 60 community projects. And the idea was that they would build awareness around climate change, and they'd empower citizens to make changes in their behaviour. And the type of projects, I suppose, were varied. There was participatory music performances, there was visual art installations, educational programs, and lots more. And I think, you know, Richard had spoken a little about this already, but just to take it a little further, we recently had an academic, Professor Margaret Nehan, at a university in Cork in Ireland, examine the programme in terms of its impact, and in particular looking at awareness, engagement and behaviour change. So it was very interesting, the work she did. She spoke to all the people who had worked through these 60 projects. Almost all of them agreed that a creative approach was more effective than information alone when you think about inspiring action or providing a push for change. So creative approaches were, you know, super effective. Second kind of point she came back with, you know, most participants reported that there was increased empowerment and an intention to take climate action because they had been through this process. And the last major point she brought back was that, you know, emotional resonance was really important. If people sort of, you know, bought into climate change and the need to do something about it, they were much more likely to take a real action, a meaningful action. So one of the big things that they came out with was that noticing that, lots of climate level interventions can have a cumulative, a scalable impact, and that in turn these small actions can lead to broad societal transformation. So big stuff comes from small things. So if I start moving towards a kind of a wrap up now, we as a working group who were national level experts developed a set of recommendations, and these are focused at our national policymakers, and for us obviously the EU is also in our sights. But the idea is that they would stimulate and accelerate this green transition. The report itself will be published in the coming months, and we'll be at Mondiacult hopefully to share it. But I'll just give you a quick overview of our recommendations. We have them in three themes. It's hard for Irish people to say. So the first one was around establishing culture and creativity as a keystone of sustainability. I think that's been spoken quite a bit already this afternoon. So putting culture at the heart of policy responses, the likes of the COP processes and biodiversity processes and things like this. Recognising culture as a pillar within the global sustainable development framework. So when the goals get re-examined, to make sure the culture gets a very strong place there, and to start strengthening coordination between cultural people and environment people, because they don't always meet. The third group, the second group was around mobilising culture and the sector itself, I suppose. So, leveraging the power and the potential of this sector, elevating the artists so that they understand themselves that they're a contributor, an active contributor to ecological and climate solutions. And then, as one I mentioned already, was about bringing environmental criteria into cultural funding mechanisms. The last group of three, which was around supporting the green transition then, was noting the importance of empowering cultural agents to take their place and to be leaders in the green transition, to improve funding opportunities. Funding came up a lot when we spoke to people, so this kind of sustainability funding will be very important. And then to start doing things like introducing carbon footprint tracking for big events, so they can be front runners, they can start telling people what to do. So really, I suppose to conclude, I suppose for us it's clear that the culture and creative sectors have this unique position in terms of the green transition, and it's critical to leverage this power and the potential that's in the sector. The people in the sector, the artists and the creatives, they need to be recognised in terms of their role, and their really important role in the fight against climate change. And this comes in two ways. It's both as a messenger of change, so what a colleague referred to as culture for green, and also then as practitioners who need to green themselves, which he referred to as green for culture. So in both ways, it's important for the sector. So at this point, I suppose it's for us to unite this creativity and climate action together. And if we do this, we won't just reduce emissions, but we will shape new values and new habits and new futures for ourselves. So that's pretty much my thing. One last piece to add was Ireland is not a G20 member, so we realised we're here, and we'd like to thank South Africa for extending it for an opportunity for us to join you today. We would particularly like to thank South Africa for working to ensure that the protection of cultural heritage from the impacts of climate change are at the heart of the G20 cultural agenda under this presidency. We have, to our extent, supported South Africa on this matter, and we certainly look forward to working with the G20 states to keep this topic, high on the list whatever way we can. So thank you for that. Thank you, Richard, and to the audience. Thank you.
Dr. Coughlin, that was compelling, it was layered, and a splendid discussion. Thank you very much. And I can see why Ireland actually has a whole range of successful interventions in the cultural and creative space. I'm thinking of the artists, social income fund, obviously the creative climate action, and the work that you and your team are doing on the green transition. It's not completely a surprise, I suppose, that Ireland is the dominant force in rugby in the Northern Hemisphere. But anyway, that's just a late Friday. Mark. So thank you very much, and again, here's another reason why it's really important to look at seemingly national studies, because a lot of all the presenters. There is a strong international resonance, best practice, and a lot of future dialogue. I mean, it's an obvious dialogue, sensible dialogue. So on that note, we will move to our final presenter. Dr. Mona Al-Zaharani. She's going to be talking on heritage and climate change, Saudi Arabia's approach to risk assessment and resilience. Wonderful to have you with us. Thank you very much. And Dr. Al-Zaharani, can I pass on to you?
Great to be here, colleagues and friends. It's an honor to join you today as a representative of Saudi Arabia's Ministry of Culture and the Heritage Commission. I also extend my deep appreciation to our hosts, to South Africa, for creating this valuable platform for collaboration. Our shared presence here confirms a simple truth. That is, culture belongs at the heart of climate policy. We are united by a global challenge, but also by a common asset, our heritage. Our heritage holds knowledge, creativity, and resilience that climate solutions require. In Saudi Arabia, we see the climate crisis not only as a threat to heritage, but also as a call to action. From ancient cities and our deserts to the intangible traditions of our oases, we are experiencing firsthand how floods, heat, aridity, and shifting weather patterns are altering cultural landscapes. Yet we also know that our past is filled with examples of successful adaptation heritage, whether tangible or intangible. It's not static. It evolves, it teaches, it endures. And today we are working to harness that legacy for climate resilience. Under Vision 2030, Saudi Arabia has made the preservation of cultural identity and sustainable development core pillars of national transformation. The Heritage Commission was established with a clear mission, that is to protect the kingdom's cultural heritage and align with its global priorities, including climate adaptation. Guided by international frameworks such as UNESCO's World Heritage Convention and the Sendai Framework, we are operationalizing this mission through 4 major tracks. The first track, being our flagship initiative, is creating a national toolkit to assess climate risks at World Heritage sites, developed in partnership with international experts. It's being piloted at 3 World Heritage sites in Saudi Arabia. The first site being Al-Ahsa Oasis, which is a living cultural landscape where extreme heat and water stress are reshaping centuries-old farming traditions. The second site is the Hima Cultural Area, which is a rock art site threatened by increasing aridity. And the third site is Al-Fao, which is an ancient desert city whose water systems from 6,000 years ago are reforming modern resilience strategies. To prepare for sudden climate events like flash floods or intense rains, the Heritage Commission has established a National Emergency Operations Unit for heritage, enabling real-time monitoring of sites. We have created a structural risk register to identify heritage buildings at risk of collapse, deployed regional response teams trained in emergency responses and stabilization of buildings, and developed clear coordination mechanisms with local authorities. These efforts are already delivering results. During last year's, we had an unusual heavy rains. Dozens of historic sites were protected through quick response and coordinated action. But resilience is culture as much as it's a technical. Across Saudi Arabia, we are documenting and revitalizing traditional practices. In Al-Ula, for instance, we are studying vernacular earthing architecture, homes that naturally regulate temperature through passive design. These methods, developed long before modern energy systems, offer inspiration for sustainable housing today. We are also working with elders, farmers, and craftspeople to recover traditional land use systems, seasonal knowledge, and oral histories. Communities are not only beneficiaries of this work, They are active partners. Their knowledge is helping us shape adaptation strategies that are locally rooted and future-facing. Beyond our borders, the Heritage Commission is actively collaborating with international partners. We are working closely with UNESCO and advisory bodies to exchange knowledge, train professionals, and advocate for the role of culture in climate policy. In 2024, we hosted a regional workshop in Al-Ahsa, one of our sites that we are piloting the climate toolkit in, contributed to the development of the UNESCO's Climate Action Toolkit as well for World Heritage. We have also welcomed the inclusion of cultural heritage in recent global climate agreements, including the outcomes of COP27. And we will continue to push for stronger recognition in future frameworks. At the national level, we are embedding heritage into our broader climate policies. Climate risk indicators for heritage are being developed, and cross-ministerial collaboration between the Heritage Commission and environmental authorities is becoming standard practice. Acknowledging global leadership and shared learning, Saudi Arabia contributes to this global conservation with insights from arid land adaptation, traditional architecture, and rapid institutional development. Let me close with a simple belief that guides our work. Heritage is not a victim of climate change. It's a resource for survival. It holds the stories of how communities adapted, how they endured, and how they found meaning and strength in times of change. Let us continue to bring culture into the center of climate action, not as a symbol, but as a system of knowledge and resilience. Saudi Arabia stands ready to learn, to share, and to act together with all of you. Thank you very much, and shukran jazilan.
That was very, very skillful and compact, Dr. Alzari. Thank you very much. It's given us a lot to think about. And what's interesting, and it's come through in some of the other discussions, is how important it is, apart from taking cultural work more seriously, is this revitalization of old crafts and looking at skills and going back to culture. By renovating culture, you expand actually job opportunities, and that's coming through in some very recent scholarship. And the adaptive strategies that you speak of, and it's actually a very thoughtful intervention. So thank you very much. We're going to get back to all the presenters in terms of short questions and that. So thank you very much. So, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do now is take one question, quick question per presenter for the time being, and we'll see how that goes. Mr. Program Director, there you are. What time limits do we have in terms of what time must we finish here? 30 minutes would be, then we can, and then we'll give us time to do that. So we'll have a round of questions, and then we can then also look at the panelists presenting, their thoughts, their quick thoughts, and a short wrap up. So if I can start with questions for the first speaker, Ms. Manwaz Fancy from the floor. She was from the UAE, looked at culture-based climate action. Okay.
I'm here.
I'll have to jog the memory of it then. I'll tell you what. Let's do it on the question. Let's just raise your hands, and we'll take some questions and see where that goes. Okay. Sir, you were the first, yeah, and then you're the second that I saw, yeah. Over to you, but short and compact. Yeah.
Richard, thank you,
yeah.
My moderator. You are very economic and very climatization in your line of duty. No, thank you very much. My name is Tobela Dlamini. I'm the chairperson of NACTI Musa, one of the 17 sector councils that are under the TSEC. Mine was to say, we appreciate all the presentations that were given, and we obviously, are taking them very, very serious. My only disappointment was that I couldn't see the South African implementation plan, which was going to also assist us to give us to say what is it that we are doing as well. We've heard what the other countries are doing, but I think it was important for us to also hear what is it that we are doing in the country. If you recall, we had KZN situation of floods. We've just had Eastern Cape floods. I would have thought that based on those incidents, we should have came up with something that says what is our intervention as a country in terms of that, from a creative, a sector point of view. But be that as it may, it's a challenge to you, Chair and the Co-Chair, that let's look into this and see how best we can input going forward. One of the things that I've also observed is that it will be important, Moderator Richard, that in us moving forward, I think our co-chairs have had this cry, that in us moving forward, it will be imperative that we move as a collective with the sector. We are not left behind in terms of particular programs. Because our view is that there's nothing that will change in the country when we are not participating. We must be participants, so that at the end of the day, whatever resolution that we take or implementation plans that we take, we have people on the ground supporting us. And as a sector, we want to declare to this House to say, Chair and Co-Chair, we are available to assist where possible in terms of making sure that we look at G20. For it to grow, when we speak about the cultural working group, it must be inclusive and must make sure that we also get a space to can advise, assist. I could hear some of the presenters saying, I think it was the gentleman, I'm not sure from where, who not the one from Buranon. The gentleman that came some very interesting discussion on top. For me, what you said to us in terms of saying when you implement programs that are creatively related, you have creativity being in the forefront of the program. And Brazil is doing the same thing. I think if you look at your concept, for me, I think it's one concept that we need to really take serious as a country. Maybe we'll give it a different name, but take that particular approach that maybe Brazil has. And take that and say how best we cope what we are doing and make it a South African concept, but copying what you are doing. Because when I saw the slides there, you could see some people in the river trying to change in the Amazon, trying to change things. I think it's what we need to do as a country as well. And these are the learning curves that I think as South Africa we need to do. Because in South Africa, the unfortunate part is that the creative sector becomes your side chick of some sort. We are more side chicks. We are seen later. We are not seen during the day. We are seen during the night. So if we can try and become and take the sector to be taken serious, we will then make input to change the perception. In my parting shot, Richard, when an artist creates a song, the whole world jumps into the song. I'll give an example of Jerusalem, which we did in South Africa. The whole world understood the process of COVID to say the savior of us is God. So if an artist is given an opportunity to either create a song or create a movie, write a book or do some visual work, the country understands language better. But if you put a politician in front and say, present this particular thing, let me tell you within corruption, within that, we are not trusting anymore. So I think when our government wants us to move, get the creative sector to assist you, because that's why we are called creative, because we think outside of the box. We don't think inside of the box. So I think if we can take that type of an approach, we will go forward as a country and as a continent and as the world and globally so. Thank you very much.
Fair and good comment. I'm going to, for sure, I was going to ask you.
So I'm going to jump in and comment on your words. Thank you very much. Well, first of all, I think that we've talked about how it's a challenge to also develop these national policies here in South Africa. And I must say that for us in Brazil it is as well. We are facing the same challenges. This is a whole new debate, a whole new approach that must be embedded in our national policies, but it takes some time, and we are making adjustments, we are learning. The whole, one of the major positive things about the group of friends for culture-based climate action, which is an international coalition. One of the most striking facts is that this group, it is supporting knowledge exchange, and so we are actually building knowledge on this area. It's very recent, and I really commend the South African government and the Ministry of Sports, Arts and Culture of the South African government for really having the courage to talk about this issue. It takes also a lot of courage, institutional courage, to debate this issue, and I'm very sad to hear that you had to face floods here in the country. That's the same thing that happened in Brazil last year during our G20, and it was also one of the pushes that we had in the cultural sector, especially heritage, because that's when people really had to face this real challenge, and there were many things that were lost to the floods, collections, archives, and that's when also at the national level we came to realize that we needed to act, in terms of adaptation, resilience, so it gave us a lot of lessons learned for us. So this is something important. And the last part, I completely agree with you, and there are also scientific evidence on how the arts and the culture sector, they can better express and convey scientific messages to the people, to the audiences. So it's a powerful tool to reach people's minds, and this is scientific evidence on this. So we must make sure that our leaders understand and really resort to culture as an important tool for fighting climate change. Thank you.
Thanks. No, that's working. Okay. Thank you very much for Vinny. Do any of the other panelists online virtual? Yes. Dr. Coughlin?
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Richard. Some really interesting points there. I think this idea that culture can help people with engagement and understanding, I think that point was well made, and I think it's something that maybe we all are starting to appreciate more and more. But I thought there was a really nice new point made there about the trust piece, that as people start to maybe reduce their levels of trust in politicians and political systems, that there is still a high level of trust with the artist and creative community. So I think that trust point is really important, and one that maybe hasn't been so upfront recently. So I think that one was really good. I was at an event recently where we were talking about biodiversity, and the first speaker put up a lot of charts and really super strong, solid scientific information. But the next speaker told a story about how habitats are being destroyed in Ireland, and he played a lot of music of bird songs and sounds that we won't hear anymore if we don't take action. And certainly by the time the coffee break came around, everybody was speaking about the second talk, and the charts were maybe starting to get forgotten. So it was a really clear demonstration of what the speaker just said about the power of culture to bring a message forward to people. So just happy to hear that, and as I say, the trust piece was very interesting. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Anne. Any of the other panelists want to answer that question? Okay, then I'll move on to your question.
Thank you again to you, moderator, with the informative panel 3. Firstly, I'll go to the first speaker. My name is Theodore. I'm the chairperson of South African Dance Board. Looking at your portfolio at the UAE, facing culture-based climate action challenges and opportunities. So I wanted to check that what are the opportunities that you create for dancers in your country to address climate change. And then I will move to the second speaker from Indonesia. I heard you saying that you are now using chemicals to clear the Borobudur temple. Burbu. So, are those chemicals not harmful to the environment? That's what I wanted to double check as well, because we are moving to biodiversity. So as we are moving to biodiversity, I think even we need to look at which chemicals are we using. And then my closing question is, how can we find ourselves from this room collaborating for cross-cultural initiatives, basically on pragmatic processes and methodologies that can assist us as the youth heading forward. In this last question, any of the panelists can respond to. Thank you.
Shall I start then? I'm afraid I'm not going to really be able to answer your question about opportunities for dancers in the UAE to address climate change, because the project I'm talking about is not quite at that stage. What we're doing is surveying what is happening and analyzing it so we can figure out ways of supporting. I'm going to try and take a stab at your other question that you opened up, which was about cross-cultural exchange on these ideas. And I think there is so much to learn. This has been the most important part of what we've been doing at the Group of Friends, which the UAE and Brazil co-chair. And with the help of our knowledge partners led by UNESCO, but including so many of the major international entities who not only work in heritage, but museums and a growing number of performing arts organizations. This is a lot of work. One of the major feedbacks I've gotten through our baseline thing is, while our creative community is really pleased to be recognized for their work, the idea of doing more work in order to become fully aligned with international standards is really difficult. I think one of the most important lessons that has come out of this baseline study is for us to all look at our local context and do what we can on small stages, because we need to start somewhere and not set unrealistic expectations based on arbitrary international standards, but rather understand how our societies work, what kind of social, cultural habits we can leverage, but also remember that the creative community is led by a desire to do public good, whether it's in the form of entertainment or joy or learning, and this is where engaging and them in doing what they do best is probably the best place for each of us. We will share methodologies which we will each have to adapt to our own particular circumstances as different societies with different climates and different structures we're working within. I hope that tries to answer what you asked.
Yeah, any other responses from the panelists to that question?
Yes, maybe for me, Dr. Richard.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe my language or my voice is not clear. That as starting in 2010 now, the cleaning of the underside structure of Borobudur Temple is not using chemical substance again. I will clarify. We are not using the chemical substance, and we have the research for traditional cleaning method that we are using now. So starting in 2010, we are not using chemical substance for cleaning the temple structure, for cleaning the moss, fungus, and bacteria, and etc. But we are now back to the traditional method using the extract of lemongrass. That's why we have the research of traditional conservation method using traditional material from the extracting of the lemongrass for cleaning up this structure of Borobudur temple from microorganisms. Maybe that's for me. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much. Okay, thanks. Thank you very much. Have we got any? Yes. The lady at the back, and then you. Sir. Yeah. Sorry. Madam, you. Okay. I think they might have a mic at the back there. Yeah. I'll bring you one.
Mic check, 1, 2. Thank you. My name is Muriel Mukhati Mvubu, and I'm the chairperson of Pokomsto, Poetry Comedy Storytelling Council of South Africa. It's one of 17 clusters. This goes to Brazil. You are famous. The sex organization, SESC organization in Brazil, is one of the biggest and long-standing organization for culture and education. My question is, have you tried to roll out implementation, collaborating with them? And if so, how has it been going? And if not, I think you should, and that is where us within the creative and cultural industry space can collaborate to engage. I think my takeaway from today is that practitioners within the creative and cultural industry space want to communicate, engage, and not just be bystanders of the scientists in the room with PhDs. Thank you.
Yes, hi Muriel, thank you so much for your question. Yes, the SESC, it's one of the biggest cultural and education institutions in Brazil. You're right about that. They are very relevant to not only bringing human development, social development opportunities to cities, populations in cities, but also in other areas, or in capitals. So they are a little bit spread around the country because they are linked to the industry sector. They are linked to the commercial industry federations, let's say. So it's an initiative that is not carried out by the departments or the governmental level, let's say. It's like the third sector. We haven't established any kind of cooperation with this institution so far. So we will take into account your suggestion and try to, to have a more of a communication with them. However, they are partners for many of our initiatives, basically in the arts sector, the performing arts, and also, all the creative sector. So it's a really important point you're making. The creative sector does indeed have, the creative economy has a really important role to play in dealing with climate change. There are many solutions through storytelling, through poetry, audiovisual. We've seen how the audiovisual sector is really important in trying to convey impactful messages, and the films, music. These are ways that really get to people's minds and hearts, So thank you very much. And yes, we should also aim to try to bring these kind of institutions that are subnational institutions to partner internationally, and to be centers for fostering this kind of climate action. So very positive, and maybe we can later exchange a little bit more on that. Thank you.
Thank you, man. Thanks, Fanny. There was a hand over there. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Kwezi Kunene. I am the chairperson of the Playhouse Company. It's an entity of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. We're based in Durban. For me, I'm really interested in the discussion that I received from the presenter from Ireland, particularly because you touched on a very sensitive matter to us as a performing arts institution. Issues about funding are predominantly issues that our artists are always complaining about or seeking assistance for. So when you spoke about the sustainability funds, I think you were speaking about the second, when you're talking about the green transition, there were certain steps that you took. The second one was about financing from sustainability funds. I think for me, I'd like to understand a little bit more, and just to expand a little bit more about this topic or about these funds that may exist. I don't know, maybe on an international level, so that we can try and bring the conversation closer to home in terms of A, spreading the message, and be opening the markets for our artists to say, hey, can you think about different topics at which we can be able to engage or do productions on our stages, and these productions we can be able to access certain funding that we can get from I think it's the sustainability funds that you made mention of. If you can just clarify on that one. Because I can say that we are consistently looking for solutions for our artistic community to be able to A, receive funding from private sector. I think there was a discussion earlier about that. And B, also to just see what is it that exists outside of South Africa, because I think our fiscal is very limited in terms of money that we can be able to spread around and be able to afford our artists an opportunity for the production. So I'm just really interested in that one, please. Thank you.
Sure. Will I go ahead, Richard?
Go ahead.
Yep. Thanks for the question and the chance to talk a little more about it. Really, I guess we were thinking about, certainly in a lot of countries, my country and other countries where we worked with, there's funding available for organizations to become greener, if I call it that. And our discovery was that the cultural and creative sectors are not always on top of these funding schemes. I think you would find that maybe, industry and transport companies and maybe the tourism sector, they all understand that there's a green transition and there's sometimes funding out there that can help. And our experience was that I think a lot of times cultural and creative organizations are so focused on, making excellent content. They don't always have, I suppose, the ability or the time to see that there's actually funding available for them, the same as there is for someone who has a factory or a bus company or whatever it might be. So that was one big part of it for us. The other bit, I suppose, in terms of funding, when we talked about it, and there was a clash that came up again with people worried about their artistic freedom, and that if we put too much boundaries around that this funding is only available if you are very green, that maybe that's a way of reducing the freedom of artists to express themselves. So we need to be careful as well when we think about funding in that way. In terms of